Hello, everybody. This is Jason, and I'm here with my friends Alison McDowell and Brandi Ann down in Florida. So we've got Florida, Colorado, and Pennsylvania,
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, representing. So this all came about. I actually had come across a video of RFK promoting recovery. And I just sent it to Alison. I was like, oh, this might be of interest. And then, of course, she ran with it. She's like, oh, okay. Did you know about this, and this? And I'm like, oh, wow. So I wasn't familiar with this thing called San Patrignano. If I mess that up, I'm probably going to do that some more, but I have a hard time saying it. But basically, it was a recovery center that was started in the 70s by this guy, Vincente. See all these Italian names. I have.
Oh, I know.
Muccioli. Am I saying that right, Alison?
I think so.
Muccioli. So anyways, so this guy Vincente set up this rehab, basically commune in Italy in the 70s for drug addicts. And then it just kind of grew and it became this big political thing. And so Alison had actually alerted me to the fact that a few years ago, or in 2020, Netflix did a documentary series called Sampa, Sins of the Savior, and it's a multi-part, I think it's a 5-part documentary series. And so Alison had made a couple of videos basically talking about what RFK Jr. was promoting and connecting it to this, and then a whole bunch of other things. So,
what could be worse than just spending 5 years on an organic farm, right?
Right.
All the young people should do it, right?
Yeah.
Just
and I'm not even a drug addict, and I would like to spend like more than 5 years on an organic farm. I'm down with the organic.
Only not this kind, not the kind they would do a 5-part docudrama, but damage control, probably largely damage control docudrama.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we're going to do, this is going to be a multi-part series. This is the first part of, that's going to be probably at least 3 parts. We'll see what happens. These things tend to snowball as we get into them. But I actually have grabbed a bunch of clips from the documentary that I'll be showing probably in the next part, maybe, or the next couple parts. But before we do that, we're going to talk about this map that Alison created. So Alison, you want to just kind of give us an intro here?
Yeah, so I did about half an hour segment on San Patrignano as part of the larger discussion I had with RFK Jr. About RFK Jr. and Charles Eisenstein sort of being appointed the presidential candidate philosopher. But there was a chunk in which I talked about this generally and mentioned connections to sustainability and sort of the Italian industry and the sort of the backers of this model, the Morattis, Letizia and Gianmarco Moratti, who were based. Gianmarco has since passed, but the wife Letizia is going strong and is very powerful in politics in the Lombardy region, which is Milan, which is sort of the industrial and financial center of Italy. And so I touched on that, but afterwards, I have some friends who are kind of behind the scenes, but they sent me an email with a lot more information. And at the time, I was about ready to take my mom on her beach trip for her birthday. And then I got back and then my life got turned upside down. So I just didn't have time to dig into all this material. And so when you suggested that we get together and sort of go through and talk about it in more detail, I said, oh, wait a minute, let me just pull out that email again and sort things through. And then I realized in going through it, I was like, oh my gosh, guys, I feel terrible, but there's so much here. I feel like I really need to map it out so that we can have the proper context for the discussion. Because clearly, I mean, there's a lot of people online who just sort of talk about things off the top of their head and their initial reactions. But really, I think what we excel at is doing this collaborative deep dives. So even though, like, I can't say them, by name, they'd prefer just to be in the background. The impetus behind creating this map and doing this broader, providing this bigger context, which really is international, linking international finance and very powerful players into this RFK Jr. presidential candidacy. I just wanted to make sure that we had it all dialed in. So Brandi, thank you, and Jason for your patience on letting me get this mapped out. And so I thought we'll have an episode where we initially sort of go through the map, and then we'll follow up with looking at the clips and then applying some of the concepts that we had found and doing the mapping to the clips as well.
Yeah,
sounds good.
And then I also we also have with us Brandi, who's down in Florida, and I did one episode of If We Were Honest with Brandi, but Brandi's been a good friend of ours, and we've done few things together. But Brandi has got a background and a lot of knowledge, particularly about addiction services and these rehab facilities and a lot of the corruption that's happened down there in Florida. And and has your own you have your own personal connection stories to those issues as well. So I think this is you want to just say a few words introducing yourself. And
So I'm Brandi. I live in Florida, Palm Beach County. I've had experience. I'm an advocate for women and children and anyone really who's affected by human trafficking or domestic violence or things like that. And so I also had an experience with the Florida rehab centers when I first came down here. And when I learned about impact investing from Alison and Jason, I was blown away because it's pretty much like it's set up exactly for that. You know what I mean? And there was a few documentaries that one of my friends was actually featured in, and it was like South Florida luring addicts basically into these rehab houses to sell them as like commodities. Like, so every person that would walk in, the person who was running the rehab would get paid, per head, whatever people are coming in, they're getting paid per person. And so there was a ton of doctors. We had like a documentary down here that was done by, I think, like Lisa Ling, and then another great one by Mariana Zeller. I always mess up her name, but she did it was called Oxycontin Express. And so a lot of addicts are being, coming to Florida to get clean, and they weren't realizing that it was like a huge industry to make money. So parents especially, really thought that their kids were going to be safe. They were sending them down to Florida. They're like, oh, they're going to go into treatment. They're going to get, help. They're going to get counseling. They're going to have all these services available to them. Then they can stay in like a program, like a halfway house, and they can build their life back up, and then they can become normal, better citizens again. So this went on for years, and they called it the halfway house shuffle, or the South Florida shuffle in particular. And people would come down here and they would get clean, but then they would be sent to like really bad halfway houses. So they would get out of rehab, they would do their 30 or 60 or 90 days, they'd move into a halfway house, and these people who were running it were capitalizing off of every person that came in. And so every time that person relapsed, they would get $1,500, $2,500. So there was a financial incentive for that. So it reminds me of impact investing, because it's like, if somebody else is controlling everything, they can bet on people relapsing or not relapsing. And so they have other services created just for that problem. And so it became a huge industry and a huge billion-dollar business in South Florida. And so a few of the halfways that I was at, a lot of the people there were either on drugs, using drugs, and some of the halfway house managers were buying the clients drugs that they were supposed to be supervising just to be able to send them to another rehab or a detox, and they would get $2,500 or $1,500, whatever the money incentive was, they were getting paid for that. And this went on for years. And then you also had, like I said, the pill mills, which were basically pain clinics, completely unregulated, And I'm not one for regulation by the federal government, but they were completely out of control. And people were coming from all these different states, particularly to Florida, just so that they could get their pills and then go back up to wherever they were from. So this went on for at least over 5 years, maybe 10 years, if not longer. But they made a ton of documentaries about it and a ton of, news articles, and just so much. They had a lot of coverage on it. And so they slowly started to tried to regulate it in a way that it's not as I don't know, like it's not as frequent now that you would see it, but it still happens down here all the time. So that's just a little mini version of what was going on in Florida.
And I would say too, when I was working on doing the research around addiction and the opioid crisis, I mean, it was really close to home because Philadelphia and Kensington in particular is like a national center of the heroin epidemic, the opioid crisis. And, you know, we'll talk about this more later, but that's all manufactured, you know.
Totally.
And yeah, and a lot of it has to do with, I think, real estate investments and property and depressing values, and then getting, you know, until you're going to flip it and then flip this whole section along the L into the next gen, probably smart, you know, sustainable housing. But those people are being used as pawns. And so, you know, Jason, you and I have both, you know, worked with Sherry Honkala, who's a housing rights activist who's local here in Philadelphia. And, you know, the addiction aspect of addressing that and recovery is central to the homelessness and the housing issue as well. So, you know, I did a couple presentations to the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign about the linking between impact finance and addiction, which is something, I mean, there's only a tiny slice of the population that even knows what impact investing is. And, you know, many of the people who might even know what a social impact bond is don't necessarily realize that addiction is one of the main aspects of that. And that was actually set up under the Obama administration, that they were doing the research work to set that up in like 2016.
Yeah. And then I was just going to say, I was trying to look them up here. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming out in on Amazon and Hulu and HBO, and there was documentaries and there's series, particularly looking at some of these pill mills and some of the stuff that you've been talking about, Brandi, for a while. There's Dope Sick, which is a series with Michael Keaton, which is actually a very good series.
I actually know the one girl, Alison or Ali Savarino. I've spoken to her over Facebook a few times, and she used to work at a detox that I was actually at. And so when she did that documentary, it was kind of like a series, not like a documentary, but, well, they did have a documentary, but it was more of like a series, and it shows like Delray and South Florida in like the heart of what's going on. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
the other aspect of South Florida too is that there's a lot of money. Right. I mean, Palm Beach County, I was shocked when we did our series about flow. I can't remember. It's like 30 or 40 billionaires like have addresses in Palm Beach County. And then, of course, Miami and South Florida is all the crypto. Right. And so you've got this layering of militarization, emerging technology, crypto. You know, a lot of the billionaires in Palm Beach County, technically, probably also their other addresses in New York, you know. So this overlap of like a lot of money and power in Florida, even though it's sort of sold as like a renegade freedom state. There's a lot of power imbalance in that, especially when you're dealing with multiple populations.
Exactly.
Yeah. When I brought up all these series that are coming out, because I've watched them, and a lot of them focus on the Sacklers, which is the family around. Family. Yeah, they're the family that did the OxyContin. And there's another one, I can't find the name of it, but there's another one with who's the guy that played Ferris Bueller? I can't think of his name. But anyways, he plays the head of the Sackler family. But what I noticed about all these series is they're really focusing on this one company or these individual
it's just one bad apple, Jason, didn't you know?
Well, there's a handful of bad apples. You know, like there's a documentary called American Pain. There's a thing called The Crime of the Century that was an HBO film. So there's all these things that are coming out, but the way that they're framing it is in a very narrow thing. Like Alison said, there's like these are bad apples. But it's the whole thing is systemic. It's the whole system. It's the doctors. It's the police. Like there's a whole system. It's a whole system, and so that's what's interesting, the way that they're coming out with all this stuff now, and the way they're steering the narrative and framing it. So
the answer is organic farming.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
Everybody's going to work on a farm. Learn how to do luxury handcrafts for the elite of Milan.
Yeah, so
You
we
just
haven't.
need to work for us, and you'll figure it out.
Yeah, so we're getting ahead of ourselves, but Alison is referring to this San Patrignano model, which is, again, they had the series, the Netflix series that shows just how problematic what this model was, where they were actually imprisoning people, like people that run away, they'd escape and they had them chained up. There was violence, there was abuse, and even the 5-part Netflix series really kind of, it shows that, but it also kind of downplays it a little bit. I think, especially
just
considering
one murder, Jason. Just one murder. I mean,
yeah. Well, there was
It's really not that bad.
yeah. There was more than one death, but it was interesting. It's almost like they're trying to even reform this model. So you find out that, like, yes,
Absolutely.
San Patrignano is still a thing. It still exists, and the co-founder, one of the
It's being
co-founders,
branded by different people now, I feel like.
yeah. Exactly. Letizia Moratti and her husband were the big funders of it, to over 200. I remember how much they said that they'd given. I can't see where I wrote that down, but they've given a very large amount of money to this thing, but they're still active. And so it was interesting that
her husband has passed, but she's still active.
Yeah.
She's still active.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, and the thing is, RFK Jr., like, my understanding is he was pitching this as his Peace Corps, right?
Yeah.
Like, my uncle did the Peace Corps, so we need this, and specifically targeting young people, right? And it has like this spiritual component. We need a spiritual reset, and people need to be grounded, and it's not just for addiction, it's also for mental health, right? And so depression and anxiety in the youth today. So, like, the answer that they're going to sell them is this idea of going off and making this 5-year commitment. But, what they're not saying is, in San Patrignano, which was a terribly abusive situation, like, it was a work gulag, essentially, with very little authentic medical support for people in withdrawal and all of that. But they weren't even allowed to see their families for the first year. So you just put your kids off, you just cross your fingers, right? And it's like a cult. I mean, really.
Yeah.
And it almost like, sorry.
And it's just shocking that he can get away with presenting this, and no one's even scratching a little bit below the surface, even though in 2020 there was a whole Netflix series that, again, I think it was damage control, but they at least acknowledged the problems and that this isn't getting out. And part of it is the narrative of, it's, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be normalized, but this idea of, like, it's like, can you imagine having a presidential candidate that, was, a convicted for heroin possession, right? And in recovery, it's a bit like, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be, but that's a strong, like, 10, 20 years ago, you would just not think of running for president. That would just be one of those things you would. Now he's leveraged his personal story and the
he's using it totally.
Yeah, to advance this gulag model. And people are just patting him on the back for it. You're so brave. We love you. Thank you for being so honest. Thank you for, and I feel like he's misleading people because he's not telling them when he's not being honest about what he's selling them, not just even to them, but for their children, right? It's just shocking to me. So anyway, thank you for hosting this series. It's going to be important to talk about.
Yeah. Well, it's also challenging. Oh, do you want to say something?
I'm sorry. No, I was just going to bring up, it almost reminds me of, like, you know how, like, Dr. Phil would send, like, some of, like, the troubled kids to, like, rehabs, and it would be called, like, The Ranch, or, like, one of the other companies, I forget. It's almost like that, where it's, like, the one girl did, like, a documentary, and she was, like, calling them out, and she was, like, they wouldn't let me talk to my family for, like, 6 months. They made me work every single day. Somebody died there. And it's almost like the same exact thing as what you're talking about, and he's still promoting that. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, the cult thing, there's actually, like, a series of, like, things, how to start a cult, like things you do.
Yeah.
And this checks off a lot of those boxes.
Isolate from family.
Yeah, Exactly. Well, the other
Crazy.
aspect of this, which is very difficult, that I've always struggled with, which you deal with any kind of activism or people dealing with political parties or nonprofits, which is there are these very, very serious problems that need to be addressed. And you're looking around and you're like, these problems aren't being addressed. And then there's several questions. First of all, how do you address them? And I'm kind of a more do no harm. Let's stop these problems from happening in the first place, as opposed to letting the problems happen and then we're going to come in swoop in afterward and save the day. It's a totally different orientation, a different way of thinking about them, about these problems, because they don't want to do that second. They don't want to do preventative things, because there's a cycle that's created that's actually very useful to the system.
Too much money.
Problem reaction solution, and it also gives people a lot of power. So I'll be showing clips in one of the later parts of this about just how the whole community and people all over Italy were rallying around Vincenzo. Sorry, I'm going to keep messing up these names. But the whole country in Italy, the majority of people were really rallying around him, because they looked out and they saw the problem with drug addiction, and people had their family members who were being harmed by this. And so people were desperate for someone to come in and deal with the problem. And so, and that's what we see with nonprofits or political parties or whatever. And, people have a hard time taking a critical look at, well, at least they're doing something. They're the only ones doing something. And so there's that mentality.
But sometimes the doing something perpetuates the problem, like what Brandi was saying. They're getting paid by the head for people relapsing, right? They're doing something, but the incentives are such that it perpetuates the problem. And I would say an interesting overlap between Philadelphia and Italy was that one of the most prominent nonprofits that is addressing housing, and it often overlaps with addiction in Philadelphia, is Project Home. And Project Home, Sister Mary Skellion is Catholic, right? So we've got the Vatican overlap, right? And it just so happens that Project Home was one of the first contacts for Pay for Success finance for housing in Philadelphia. And Sister Mary Skellion launched and was a keynote speaker at the Total Impact Conference, and I think 2018, right? And so she's speaking to a whole room full of, the people that Mario Draghi, the former prime minister of Goldman Sachs and the World Bank, would be hanging out with, right? And, I don't know, Sherry some of those folks who used to call her the nun with the knife or whatever, but she has this certain persona, publicly, and is lauded and uplifted, for her position in the Catholic Church, which I'm sure goes directly back to Italy, and I'm sure the Vatican has its own hands, and whatever is local is also global. So
yeah, Alison, I didn't see it on the map, but maybe I missed it. Did you find any connections between San Patrignano and the Vatican?
Well, I know that the Vatican is, they're behind social impact, right? So I guess I could have probably done the sustainable economy forum if I had dug deep enough. But Italy isn't that big of a country, right? And so if whoever's promoting sustainability in Italy, of which Letizia Moratti is one of the main faces, she was in on the ground floor with Ronald Cohen in 2013. The Vatican would know about it. She's connected with the Italian banking as well. So I wrote in my refugee piece, the series I did on refugees and the housing, looking at something called the Focolare movement, which is sort of intentional communities. Now, it wasn't around addiction, but they were intentional faith-based communities that they might have even been ecumenical, but they were sort of led through the Vatican, and they're global in nature. And I can look at them now and say, oh, that's a Holon. That's for, social computing purposes. But I could see that the Focolare model would be easily applied to an intentional community around addiction or recovery. And actually one of their prominent locations in the US is on the Hudson River, just north of New York. So whose wheelhouse the Hudson River watershed was. So, yeah. I don't have a direct link, but I would say probably the Focolare model would have an impact in how this San Patrignano thing might roll out. And again with RFK Jr., a lot of his supporters have said you need to uplift your Catholic upbringing, right? You need to uplift your spiritual connections. Really the conservative Christians broadly in the quote unquote resistance movement are being pitched really, really hard on this to like double down into, and I'm not telling people not to be faithful, but you have to understand that most of these religious institutions at some level, the people running them know what's coming. So if you're a member, if you're a faithful person, then you have to be prepared to hold your institutions accountable, because most of the, across religions, not just Christianity, because most of those books around end times are sort of like, yeah, everyone is going to betray you, betray their values, except so you really need to hold tight on what your values are.
Okay, well, so we have this map here, and we'll just go through these one by one, and we'll hopefully we'll get through this whole thing here. Well, there's quite a few things.
We don't have to click on every dot, but just sort of the broader overview.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just show.
So this is we'll start with this is just what started this whole conversation was looking at this San Patrignano recovery program in Rimini, Italy, and that was started here by Vincente Muccioli. So he has, this thing, well, this spreads out, and I'll just start going around. So his, one of the co-founders was this Letizia Moratti.
Yeah.
And her.
Can I just say something quick before just an overview on Letizia? Can we zoom out a little bit to show Draghi and Letizia together, the two blue dots? So we, and this was pointed out to me by the folks who sort of clued me in. So both Mario Draghi and Letizia Moratti are connected through this Third Pole organization, which is a political party. Italy has a lot of political parties, but it sort of links to, I think, in the US equivalent of the transpartisan movement, right? Sort of populist left-right coming together. And it's important to understand because as these both, they might also be third way neoliberalism in the US, but transpartisan coming together. Sort of her counterpoint at the national level was Mario Draghi, who was brought in to become prime minister by the president. Italy has both a president and a prime minister during the COVID. And he was brought in because of to really institute a technocratic background, a technocratic approach to the government. And it was portrayed as a unity government. They got all of the political parties to sign on, even the people who were resisting. And so as it went forward, what Draghi was promoting largely was the green pass enforcement. And that was sort of biomedical passports around health status. And so Letizia Moratti, she was the former mayor of Milan. And at that time, she was in charge of health and welfare in the Lombardy region, which is Milan. And that was sort of an epicenter of the European outbreak, such as it was in Italy. So she was very hardline as far as about lockdowns and all of those sorts of programs. So as we're looking at San Patrignano, like it starts back in the 70s, it gets popularized in the 80s, but it keeps going. In more recent context, I think we need to look at it as sort of an experimental test bed for these finance-driven biometric test beds that are linked to success metrics. But then also I would point out that within people who are in these programs, they often waive their rights when they enter into them. And so they become often test beds for different interventions, behavioral interventions, medical interventions, policy interventions, just by consenting to go into these communities. And that's one of the things that happened with San Patrignano. So also in addiction, if something bad happens to someone, a lot of times people are less inclined to believe them, right? They're like, oh, well, that's just somebody who, maybe they were high, maybe whatever, they're not stable, you can't. So you can get away with a lot of institutional abuses towards advancing some of these programs. And I feel like largely this may be linked to early this biohybrid computing, social computing, human computation within addiction recovery spaces. So I wanted, as we talk about San Patrignano, I wanted to bring it forward in that we have to look at Prime Minister Draghi. Now he's now out of office, but he was there during the main lockdown period to implement those cybernetic control systems. His background is an economist in banking. He was the first Italian to graduate with a PhD from MIT, and it was in economics. And then he did the tour, World Bank, Goldman Sachs, Italian Treasury, Prime Minister, and interestingly enough, he's actually a trustee of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. And that's the high-level physics that goes back to World War II and the Manhattan Project. So it's not part of Princeton, but it's in Princeton. It's sort of affiliated with the university. So these high-level theoretical physics, that's a very interesting appointment for an Italian, right? An Italian economist to be. I mean, again, they do have humanities people. It's not all science, but that's a very significant position. So it's that dynamic, bringing it forward from just like, yes, it was abusive. Yes, maybe they were doing inappropriate things with the people who were trying to be in recovery there. But moving forward, this is enmeshed at the highest levels of power of the Italian government, including Confindustria, I think, which is like the Confindustria, the largest member association for industry and manufacturing. And that is like hundreds of thousands of the highest level businesses, including like BMW and Accenture, are involved. So when we're talking about unpaid volunteer work, these aren't just some like people making handmade soap or something like that. These are at the highest levels of industry in Italy.
Yeah, Brandi, did you want to say something to any of that? I mean, I know like particularly the issue of, people, there's a lot of whistleblowers that come forward about the problems, but they're not listened to because of their background.
Yeah, I totally understand. Like one of the things that I worried about a lot when I was speaking out at my city council and the school board, I was always worried that like I had one cop specifically that knew me, say something to me about that. And he was just like, "Oh, are you sure? Like, are you sure that you want to go up there and say that?" And I was like, "Why? Like, it needs to be said. Like, this is insane. Like, I need to bring this to the public because people don't really realize what's going on." And he kind of like threatened me like behind closed doors. And so they started coming after like with code enforcement to our business and started harassing me. And I was always really worried. They pulled me over one time and tried to like basically accuse me of like selling drugs, and it was insane. So I immediately felt like inferior, and I immediately felt threatened because of my background. It's really easy to make it seem like somebody just relapsed instead of something actually happening. So I completely understand and relate to that, because that's exactly what they would do. And I was just shocked that I had somebody actually threaten me with that before. So, yeah.
Well, it's interesting because some of the testimony you were giving was around the education stuff as well, right? You were testifying around the school board. And so I forgot to mention that Letizia Moratti was the former, like the first female head of the Italian public state television system, and then was connected to Rupert Murdoch's News Corp in Europe. She was the head for News Corp Europe. And then, of course, News Corp was Amplify, which is digital education. And so, and Amplify has since been sold off to Emerson Collective, but they're sort of the lead in this open education resource stuff that, Lynn and I have been talking about extensively in Texas. So, and again, you think of Amplify the messaging. So she does have an indirect connection to educational technology. Actually, she was the Minister of Education in Italy between 2001 and 2006. So she was leading a transformation largely, and there was a lot of protests against it in higher education, but also like paving the way for, essentially education by digital media, right? And so those are exactly the same people who are setting up Palm Beach County to have their children put onto digitized career pathways.
Yep.
It's interesting
Exactly.
the overlap.
I know.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll just go through some of these things here. So yeah, Letizia, and then her husband, who was an oil guy, let me find him. Gianmarco Moratti. That's her deceased husband, who's a billion oil guy. They were also in media. Both her and her husband were in media. She was actually the head of RAI, which is like the state-run media. She was the CEO. But he had his own. He had a newspaper. I can't remember the name of it. He had a sports team as well, and energy, oil.
Yeah, and
Olympics.
their sustainability, right? So their family fortune is built on, they were like Italy's largest oil refiner. And yet it's kind of like, what's his face? That Maurice Morris Strong and Crestone, right? Oh, I'm going to head the UN sustainability, only I'm like from the tar sands region and I'm all about oil and energy systems. So
yeah, and
Saras, the company.
Yeah, and I think they had at a point in the documentary, the Sandpod documentary, they mentioned that he was supplying 15% of the oil in Italy, which is, a lot actually, if you consider, of an entire country. That's pretty significant.
Very influential family backing this little program. His brother Massimo Moretti, he was also in oil, but then moved into alternative energy. So this is again with RFK Jr. Moving into alternative, which is more electrical and smart grid technologies. And he was the UN Goodwill Ambassador for soccer. Let's see. I guess he was a Goodwill Ambassador, but his big thing is soccer. He's a big investor in soccer. And I'm really convinced, actually, more and more, that after looking at Peter Stone at UT Austin and the RoboCup work with, is it? I can't remember if it's Hitachi. I know it's Japan. But the soccer is for teaming. Like this, I think soccer, the play of soccer, there's something in the signaling exchange of the ball and the strategy that teaming, that the teaming aspect of strategy related to soccer is really important. So he has, and then the son, Angelo Moratti, who I believe would be Letizia's stepson. I think it was his son by an earlier marriage. But he's also interested in electricity and big in the telecom space and broadband and venture capital. And this guy, an advisor to his angel capital management is David Lane, who came out of the Gates Foundation and is promoting the One campaign. So this is the stepson's angel capital management. And if you scroll down, David Lane, I don't know if there's a way of zooming in a little bit more, but it says, so he was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations from May 2010 to August 2016. And he was promoting policy reform around food security and development, which I'm sure that's a lot of stuff Leo talks about. He was an assistant to the President Obama. He was working with the One campaign, and to me that sort of feels like the World Sensorium. And then from 2001 to 2007, he worked for the Gates Foundation, and he was also worked for the Clinton and Council on Foreign Relations in the Stimson Center. So very connected to the U.S. And then that's just his PR presser about the Gates. And we know it's not just Gates, but Moratti went to Columbia, so he would be sort of groomed in the sustainability space. He was actually also called Warren Buffett's man in Europe. So that's very significant. And his connections to Columbia, again, a lot of the sustainability work in the US is out of Columbia. And if you go back and you look at the origins of the Manhattan Project, before they moved to Oak Ridge and Chicago, it was Princeton and Columbia were the two nodes for the high level physics for the Manhattan Project. So if you look at sustainability and you connect it to the atomic history, the atomic bomb radioisotope history, Columbia sits at a certain place there.
And also the Stimson, Henry Stimson was. Have you looked into the Stimson Foundation? Because I know that, he was associated with the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't looked into the foundation.
And put it on his grave in Long Island.
Oh yeah, I didn't look into the foundation though. Real quick, I'm gonna just.
He was actually a cousin of Alfred Loomis.
Oh, okay.
Of Loomis Labs.
Yeah, Loomis Labs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Real quick, I'm gonna click this. This lets me know that I need to make an edit, Brandi.
That's smart.
Because I hate to keep you muted if you want to talk. I'm trying to keep on it. But there's a button.
Can I go inside?
Well, no, there's a button on your screen if you want to control your own mute on and off, and then just unmute yourself when you want to talk. Okay, will that be too distract? Like you get your finger up in the thing, but do you see? There's a button. Oh, did we lose her? Oh, there you are.
There it is. Sorry, I accidentally clicked it off, but I found it.
Just real quick, mute and unmute. I just want to see if that messes up if it shows what it looks like on the screen, because it might look weird. I might just have to keep doing it. Okay, you're muted. Now unmute yourself. Let me just see. Oh, and then talk.
Hello.
Okay, so do you want to control do you want to control your own mute on and off, and that way, just when you're not talking, keep yourself muted, because you're making a little bit of noise. It's not terrible, but it's still a little distracting. And then that way you can just control your own thing. That way I don't have to. I won't have you muted when you want to talk, because I don't want to do that.
Okay, cool. That works then.
Okay, yeah. So so Gianmarco. Oh, and Gianmarco also owned a football team or a soccer team. They call it football over there as well. So yeah, there's that as well.
And Letitia's father, he was a partisan. So as far as he was in the resistance in Italy, and so again fighting against, I guess, Mussolini and the Germans, and then ended up spending some time in Dachau in concentration camp. So he has a sort of an illustrious past. And then I think that aspect, again, of, moral high ground or whatever is something that she sort of leverages in her identity.
Yeah. So one of the things that's interesting, and I'll just kind of randomly go around, it may not be in any particular order or whatever, but one of these things says unpaid labor. And so one of the things they developed at San Patrignano is they were producing all sorts of things. There was a farm, so they had food, but they were also doing craftsmen, a lot of artisans doing different types of really creative stuff. I mean, it's really beautiful work that they were creating. But Alison had sent me this article from Town and Country, I think it was magazine. But this beautiful, is basically Letizia bragging about all this beautiful work that's in her mansion.
Not just pointing out here that she hosted Michael Bloomberg. So this clip says Michael Bloomberg, the former New York City mayor and founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies, visited the palace once and tells Town and Country, "I never imagined I would set foot in a home that felt straight out of a Hollywood movie." And so they kind of liken her to the Michael Bloomberg of Italy, which is very telling. Again, a woman who has come to be regarded as Italian politics' answer to Bloomberg himself. The former mayor of Milan, Letizia Moratti, though she served for only 5 years, the former entrepreneur and government minister, brought a shrewd business mind to public policy. So again, for people who, I haven't been talking about Michael Bloomberg for a minute now, but he's really central in what works government, data-driven government, again, the UN connection on climate, and I think even the World Health Organization, and of course, in the post 9/11 era with Microsoft, he set up, surveillance of Lower Manhattan that was then sold to a lot of other cities. So he's got sort of the militarized surveillance. Bloomberg Philanthropies is deeply embedded in social impact finance, cyber e-government transitions, circular economy, arts and culture, pretty much everything. Michael Bloomberg's hands are in everything. So, if she's the Michael Bloomberg of Italy, that says a lot. But yeah, in this article, really, there's just no, it's just totally celebratory. Like no one says like, oh, wow, maybe it wasn't, appropriate that we get all of this free labor for our house,
Yeah. Well, they might say, well, they're getting free room and board, or maybe they're paying them a small stipend or something. But, if you look at the work that's being done here, I guarantee you they're not getting paid what would go on the regular market if anything you add up, including their room and board, is, I guarantee you it's not.
Well, and that it indicates the power imbalance, right? I mean, it completely magnifies the power imbalance in this equation. This is not egalitarian. Nothing about that is egalitarian. Like if you use vulnerable communities to create luxury items, is that the world that we want?
All right, so we just switched it up here. We had Brandi move inside because it was getting dark.
Sorry.
So yeah, next up on this list is this G8 Social Impact Investment Task Force, and it was UK led, and that's Ronald Cohen, who's Mr. Social Impact 2013.
And it's been a while, we've been doing so much around like stigmergy and emergence and complexity and game theory and simulation modeling, and I just haven't been talking about impact investing as much anymore, but this is a good excuse to get back to it. So, for a long time at the beginning of the lockdowns, that was really my focus was the impact finance piece. Now, I didn't realize that the data from the impact finance piece would be used for the, prediction modeling and the cybernetics and everything. But so Ronald Cohen was the head of that. He's based in London, and he was the creator of the first impact bond. And the Michael Bloomberg took the concept to New York and implemented it largely in like prisons. But again, there's an overlap in recidivism and in prisons, and often in addiction. Like often people are in prison have addiction issues. So there's like overlap. So I was really surprised when the summit was this G8 summit in 2013, and it was hosted by England. And so a focus was the creation of this G8 Social Impact Investment Task Force. And it was started in 2013 by Ronald Cohen, and this is the agenda. It's not a long agenda, really. I think it was just like one day, and it goes from 8 a.m. till 3:15 in the afternoon. And the afternoon sessions included a panel, the plenary 5, nonprofit social organizations, the role of impact finance in their growth. So again, growing nonprofits, and Jason, that's something you've really had a focus on for some time. But there were 3 panelists, and the third one was the San Patrignano model with Letizia Moratti, who is a co-founder. So really, Letizia Moratti has been on the ground floor with Ronald Cohen and the G8 since the beginning. I mean, this isn't someone who just kind of plugged into a pre-existing social impact architecture. Like she and this San Patrignano model literally helped build it. So clearly it was, and again, this is several decades since it's existed, right? I mean, it's been existing long before it plugged into social impact bonds, but it was essentially as an institution building that space from the earliest days of impact finance. And I think that's very significant. And, the fact that, again, RFK Jr. has never talked about social impact finance, right? He's never talked about the overlap between being a managing partner with Vantage Point Capital Partners and the emerging technology and how that feeds into the social impact space. And to me, it's kind of shameful for him to pick up this issue and really represent it only in his own way, right, from his own lived experience, capitalizing on his lived experience and recovery to sell this model, but never talk about the other aspects, like how it would fit into impact finance, and that it has been there since the beginning. To me, that's really important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and back to the third poll thing. this transpartisan movement, and I have the book back here. I won't grab it, whatever. I have the book back there from that I got from the transpartisan conference. And that's what we kind of see. I'm kind of jumping topics here, but that's kind of what we see Robert F. Kennedy doing here, which is he's saying, like I can bring in, the Trump supporters as well as like people that support Bernie Sanders or whatever. He's like trying to act as this bridge between these things. And so I think that's really interesting.
Can you open up the transpartisan image there? I have a link to it there. So this is from another map that I had put together, but it was sort of bringing together, again, transpartisanship, Robert David Steele being on the more conservative side, former CIA, I guess he's now passed, Cynthia McKinney, his sidekick, she was the peace side. So you've got the deep state and then you've got the peace stuff. But Joseph McCormick, he was sort of a lead on that. And he was working with the guy, Jim Ruff in Oregon. I want to say like Aurora or something, Oregon. And, but this guy, Jim Ruff, was working, he was a consultant with IBM, Xerox, and Lockheed, right? So like high level sort of defense contracting. And then there was a summit in Denver in 2009 that Jason, you were a videographer for.
Ironically, I was a videographer at that event.
Weirdly, yeah. And,
Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, exactly. Jason just turns up everywhere. And they were using this spiral dynamics theory, which kind of gets into all of this other integral theory stuff. And Barbara Marx Hubbard, who again was promoting space travel and futurism and conscious evolution, which is kind of where this is all going with biohybrid computing. Like she was one of the speakers at this conference. So, again, the transpartisan stuff beyond just uniting left and right populism does the history of it in the US does have links to some of these, I think it's not particularly
guided evolution,
new age, but this idea of sort of, guided evolution, right? Within or without sight of the new age stuff, but it has ties to Denver and Oregon and Washington stuff. So,
yeah.
And conscious capitalism, that was the other thing. Like they were sort of connected to the libertarian angle was the conscious capitalism. Like, evolve yourself by good purchasing.
Yeah. Well, that brings us
buy sustainable items on Amazon and you can evolve your consciousness.
Well, and like the tokenizing that, you can really do that through, your behavior and your connections and your attention and your lifelong learning locker and like layers and layers of conscious building.
And I will say, so Letizia Moratti, this year she ran for president of Lombardy and she didn't win, but her platform involved a lot of emerging technology. It's a bit at the top, the brown, yeah. So her platform included, got covered up.
Oh.
So it was precision agriculture, opportunity youth, and infectious disease management. So this is all stuff that the sensor networks would be covering. Would be those things. So using forecasting, doing predictive modeling, they talk about the third pole, and then digitization of agriculture. And then I think if you can click the next one down, it talks about intervening in the schools, young people who do not work and do not study, that's opportunity youth. And then activating an infectious disease control and treatment agency for possible future outbreaks. So those are all things like we know precision agriculture. Leo's written a lot about that, talked a lot about that. And in the linking of parametric insurance or various, not parametric in that it's like more crop insurance. Sorry, Leo. And the opportunity youth are again, managing human capital, which is something she started back when she was the head of the education department and trying to remake higher education. And of course, the infectious disease that meets with her former position as the health and welfare person during the COVID lockdowns. And all of that would be running on these emerging Web3 sensor networks.
Yeah, and that's my frustration. When I first met you, Alison and Brandi, we're kind of focused in the health freedom, and we were looking at all the crazy stuff that was going on with the COVID policies and whatnot. And it's like people are still stuck in that space, and they don't see, well, like, yes, health passports, but for what purpose? To what end? And nobody's like taking it to the next step. No one's like saying, okay, where's this going? It's like they just got frozen in time.
You're just running in circles.
It's kind of like how RFK is trying to pull like the libertarian side and like the Bernie Sanders side of things. It kind of reminds me of Joe Rogan, because he kind of does the same exact thing. Like he'll pander to like the right, and then he'll pander to the left so that he's right in the middle. But he also like brings people into like certain topics, and then they don't expand from that. Like they keep them, it's no different from like regular politics. They just keep them in these like narrow pathways. Yeah. And a lot of the people that I used to advocate with are now still stuck in like the same health freedom, school choice movement, which is like it goes completely beyond that, but they're still stuck in it.
Sign me up for my digital wallet for my children, right? To go to their conservative Christian or classical micro school. But we're not going to get those like Chinese badges, that social credit score Chinese stuff. No, we're going to do like good capitalist USA red, white, and blue badges for our good civic behaviors. It's if you tell them a story, they'll buy it.
There was a video on I think it was Facebook, like a Facebook reel or whatever, and they were showing like it was a Chinese woman in China, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so angry. I just can't use my gift card balance because they want me to do facial recognition." And everybody from America was like freaking out about it. And I'm like, guys, like, first of all, like we help build these systems, and second of all, like if you don't think it's happening here, it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there's like such a disconnect between America and China and the people.
The implementation is on low-income people, right? So it's people on food stamps, people on assistance. You have to jump through all the hoops. And so again, the majority of the quote-unquote resistance are middle and upper middle class people. And like they're not really looking to say like, oh, this group of people, like they're trapped in a bureaucratic system. But the stuff that's been going on for a while, sure, they give phones to people on assistance, but they're very limited, and that's your personal tracking device, right? They're not making that leap forward.
Exactly.
It's really frustrating.
Yeah. Yes. I lost my train. I was going to say something, but I forgot. I lost it.
Sorry.
Oh, and I just want to say too on the transpartisan stuff.
Yeah.
Like I think in Italy, the third pole is a really strong group. They're advocating too around sustainability. Again, they're aiming to be centrist. So again, problem, reaction, solution. You have polarity, right? You have culture wars. You have all of this stuff, and then guess what? They're going to bring people together. Again, we're seeing the convergence of the pandemic policy with climate policy, right? And so the elections, this is 2022, the last summer, but they're saying Italian elections, energy and climate promises galore. And then if you click down to the next image after this one, it says that the centrists also support nuclear and renewables. Finally, the centrist third pole coalition expresses strong support for nuclear power as the only way to reach Italy's zero emission target. And so I've done like a whole 2-part series. And again, when we went to the Mormon Transhumanist Conference, one of the presenters was talking about next gen nuclear. And so these next gen reactors, as they're selling them, are going to be portable, right? You can drop them into your nearest refugee center. You could drop them into your nearest organic farm recovery center, right? In the middle of the wilderness. And then also you get these amazing radioisotopes off of the back. You can just tap them for all the radioisotopes you need for your portable, energy. So it's interesting to me that the transpartisan, and it's a very strong movement there. Again, here, I think if you said transpartisan to people, they would really not have any clue that that was even a thing. So I don't think, I mean, clearly RFK Jr. is not benefiting from some sort of robust political awareness in the US as yet, but in Italy, it actually has quite a bit of traction.
Yeah, I'll also jump back over here to, Angelo Moratti, Columbia University. And then below that, you have Jeffrey Sachs. And he's someone that I've kind of been following for a long time. And I'd mentioned this book earlier. It's Jeffrey Sachs, The Strange Case of Dr. Shock and Mr. Aid. This is really criticizing his neoliberal history. But it's interesting because there are these figures who have a long history of doing terrible things and promoting terrible things that are now all of a sudden being rolled out as the good guys, and that are trying to buck the system and trying to challenge it. And so Jeffrey Sachs is his background was he was involved with a lot of neoliberal things in Latin America, but particularly in Russia and in the former Soviet countries after the fall of the wall. Basically the looting of those countries and the restructuring of those countries he was heavily involved with. So like it's the shock and aid, problem solution. And now he's Mr. Environmental, Mr. Anti-war, Mr.
He's sustainability.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's which I consider something different. But he was also promoting this. This is from the paper that I wrote in the refugee series. He was part of a 4-part series on the economy of communion. And it was hosted at Fordham, which is a Catholic university. And it says that he was an economist specializing in the transition from planned to market-based economies. He's the president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and also chair of the Lancet COVID-19 Commission. He was an advisor to UN Secretaries General Antonio Guterres and Ban Ki-moon on the Sustainable Development Goals, advised on the transition of Poland's economy in the 80s. And this economy of communion, essentially, it's this idea of, I think, sort of stakeholder, conscious capitalism, like investing in this new ideal economy. And what I found, which was really strange, is there was a paper from the International Journal of Engineering and Technology, this is in 2018, about the economy of communion as an ideal economy, but it seemed very, very much about cybernetics. So you can sort of see the Vatican's connection to the endorsement of inclusive capitalism, where this overlaps with the economy of communion, which is like using economics for quote unquote well-being, but it's embedded within the cybernetic Web3 phenomenon. It is not outside it at all.
Yeah.
And Sachs is right in the middle of all of that. So.
And another thing about this too is, he's the chair of the Lancet COVID-19 Commission, which the Lancet's a very prestigious medical journal. But he's more recently spoken out against some of the COVID policies. So now like everybody's all excited because there's an insider being critical of certain aspects of the COVID narrative and the COVID policies, government policies. And so like people they don't know or they forgot who he is and what his history, and they certainly don't know
very short attention spans.
Yeah, and they certainly don't know these other things that he's promoting. Just like we have Charles Eisenstein on one hand talking about community and reciprocity and gift economy while promoting these technocratic systems through cello and carbon credits and markets and basically capitalism on steroids, but within a cybernetic construct. So it's just kind of, I'm always fascinated by those individuals who the wolves in sheep's clothing, are always more interesting to me than
brand themselves.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is though, and I want to sort of emphasize, because, I came at things from more on the left, but now I see how the political ideologies are used to trigger and polarize people to get people to move in the direction you want them to move. And so, and I said this today in a response because someone was talking about like capitalism and yes, but also planned economics, socialism, what have you. That's the counterpoint, right? Counterpoint. And the synthesis will be the token engineering. And they imagine that is sort of the confluence of free market economics and planned economics. Like, I don't know how you have both, but the token engineering they're going to attempt to thread the needle with those two together. So, I would just caution like throwing everything at the feet of capitalism at this point, because I'm not a fan. Like, clearly it's made huge problems, including the addiction stuff. And it's not just the dealers on the corner, it's the JP Morgans who have the boats where the drugs are in them, and it's the impact investors, and it's the entire structure. But the plan, it's not just that, because if you make it that, then the fallback is going to be what? Technocratic planned economy, right? And then that's actually what they're aiming for. And so before you lean into that, like, decide, do you want to live as an agent in a multi-agent global simulation for biohybrid computation, right? In a game that's probably run by the US military and who knows what else, in mind control, built on mind control and gaming analytics and prediction modeling. It's not your game. So before you go into that, make sure you actually want that, because that's like whenever we throw up the wall against like capitalism. And again, I'm not an apologist for it in any way, but it's like building the case for the token engineering.
Well, I don't think it's going to be either or. I think it's going to be both, because you're still going to have those capitalist aspects of the system. I mean, Michael Bloomberg and Letizia and these people they're not going to be in the game in the way that we are. They're going to be playing the capitalist game. So you've got the socialist game and the capitalist game. So it's not a matter of, it's either this or this. It's this and this and this and this and
They're
this.
working together.
And then
I'm just saying like make it solely. So can we go
for sure.
Stefano Zamani, the blue dot next to RFK Jr. to the left of him.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. So there was a gathering. It was in 2016, the positive economy against the GDP. And actually, Carrie Kennedy, RFK Jr.'s sister, was a signatory to this program, and she was honored at this gathering. And there were several other signatories, including this gentleman, Stefano Zamani, a professor of economics at the University of Bologna. And so this is a screenshot from an organization called Social Solidarity Economy Resource website. And so he's promoting cooperatives as a counterpoint to corporatism. And so as we move forward from impact finance, right, and cybernetics and token engineering into complexity and biohybrid computing, the goal of guided evolution is that we become a networked superorganism, right? An intelligent network superorganism as this next phase of guided evolution. And that is a cooperative. This eusociality, or the ant computer, or the termite mound, or the hornet's nest, or what have you, that collectivist, it's, if we could just get the people who were so worried about socialism to say like, no, it's the ant computer, people. Like, it's socialism and capitalism are over here going do, like with their own polarity, but it's the eusociality that we're not talking about, because that's the computational system that is desirable for what they want to get to use us, to use our spirit, to use our intellect, to use our creativity for some computational purpose that we don't get. But I wouldn't want to be against a cooperative. Like, who wants to be against a cooperative, right? But you don't understand what the cooperative is. Like, we don't, and it's going to be a platform cooperative. So all of the bad stuff that's happening with the gig economy, with Uber and oh, look, those people are all independent workers and they don't have any rights. Well, look, let's all get them together and put them on a platform. They can be a platform cooperative. And in fact, the cooperatives have been like hooked into impact finance because they're like, oh, the well-being metrics of cooperative members are higher than other people. So look, we can make an impact market around cooperatives too. And that's already in the, like, I didn't understand why, what's his face? Cooperation Jackson, right? In Mississippi. And I was on the left and I thought I was kind of radical. And I'm like, but wait a minute, their makerspace is funded by MIT. What? Their Fab Lab is MIT backed? Like, that didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought you guys were supposed to be like Black radical liberation down there in Mississippi, but you're hooked up with MIT. Like, what gives? Well, what gives is this cooperative program, but it's a Web3 cybernetic cooperative.
Yeah.
It's a gamified, it's a cooperative with game mechanics and sensor networks, and nobody gets that.
Right. But also there is a capitalist and market aspect to that as well. Even like the Mondragon, is it Mondragon or Dragoon? And it's Mondragon. You know, they're still like making products, and they're still selling, and they're still doing financing. And so there's like, there's like all these different layers. It's this and this and this and this. And so like, you know, doing it as like this or this or this is problematic, but not seeing it as a larger system that includes all of these things is the, you know, the problem, because again, like capitalism is not going away. It's just, it's going to be expanded. There are going to be markets for all these other things. The finance piece of it's not going away, but there's also going to be these networked states and these, you know, these network systems of steering and cooperatives and aspects of, you know, what someone might call socialism or whatever. Like it's all there. It's like they're throwing the whole thing in there.
Well, and I just want to point out where
What's that?
Brandi.
I'm sorry. No, I just said it's just complete operant conditioning. Like just like the right is like so sucked into like school choice, and like who wouldn't agree that like people should be able to choose like what school they can go to? I agree with that. But when you look at the people behind that, you're not taking into consideration who's funding those people or who's like right behind them cheerleading for this to happen. You know, I mean, they literally just grabbed both sides and then just ran behind all of them. And they were like, well, if this person believes this in this group, then we can just funnel these ideas through them. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, you think about homeostasis, you know, like the you need the back and forth. You need to have that thing to create that optimal, the spin, or, you know, the vibration or whatever, whatever it is, or what oscillation that they're created.
Well, and can I just point out just above that, the heart? This was a video that says that the passionate quest for a civil economy of markets, money, and morality. Okay. And if we can go down to the next one. So he's connected to the Pontifical Academy of the Social Sciences, and he's the current president, I guess. And he's also on the Committee of Human Development, Capability, and Poverty at Harvard. So very connected. And the next dot down after this one on the map, the purple one, the Pontifical Academy of Science. So I wrote about that a while back. It was connected to Pope John Paul II. So again, connected with the Poland transformation, right? That was all happening. You know, he was sort of an outgrowth of that. And then if you scroll down, is there another image after this one? Yeah. So this was in a piece that I wrote about wellness metrics and living in the outside-in robot. And this image here is actually of the Vatican and where the offices of the Pontifical Academy of the Social Sciences is. And it's all marble and urns and inlaid tile and ancient statuary. It's very esoteric. And if you can just go down one more click. I'm just going to read this little section. It says, the commission's findings, which were released in the aftermath of the 2008 global economic implosion, set the stage for stakeholder capitalism and began to walk back GDP as the primary measure of economic vitality. Stiglitz is a member of the Pontifical Academy of the Social Sciences established by Pope John Paul II in 1994. Michelle Bowens is also an expert advisor to the group that gathers at Casina Pio IV in Vatican City. There, ensconced in a 16th century summer villa, prominent thinkers discuss the church's social teaching in relation to the current issues of concern like globalization, democracy, and human rights. The focus of one of last year's meetings was the science and ethics of happiness, caritas, social friendship, and the end of poverty. And of course, the Vatican is huge in the impact finance space. So the San Petrignano model is part of this. Let's include other things in GDP. Like that's kind of along with the Rianne Einsler talk that she gave at Bretton Woods 75, right? We've got to reframe GDP as human flourishing and wellness. The Vatican is central into that. And I think that's going to be framed largely as human rights, which is where we bring in Carrie Kennedy again. I don't know if you want to, she's blue right above Robert.
And she was Carrie Kennedy Cuomo. I don't know what happened there, but
they got divorced.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
that
It
makes
didn't
sense.
last.
She didn't keep the name.
It didn't take. But yeah, so she got this award at San Patrignano, right? So there's direct connections. Oh yeah, I've heard of this good model in Italy. My sister's connected to it. But she's all about the human rights. So the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Foundation, she coordinates that. Again, there are all these strange overlaps between Children's Health Defense and the Scientologists, who also have these AstroTurf human rights groups. And if you just try on the lens for a minute of human rights as agents in a multi-agent simulation, like your rights would be held in a digital wallet, right? Like your proof of humanity would be on the blockchain, and then your rights would be intended upon you as far as who you are in the game. And that's why I think the narrative of human rights, there's this back layer that I think is going to be leveraged to reframe individuals as sovereign agents in what's coming. And so I think it's very strategic, the use of human rights and the positioning of that framing into this narrative.
Right.
Absolutely.
So our good friend Robert F. Kennedy Jr., that's how he comes into all this. Do we want to show any of these clips at all, or what are your thoughts? I know we've got a bunch on
the be a bad idea.
The Jimmy Dore.
We can talk about
Okay,
that.
great. And we'll see how my audio is here, but.
Felicia is an addiction counselor. She lost her son 10 years ago to addiction.
We are losing the war on drugs. What policies or ideas do you have that would change that? What's your platform on substance use and overdose? We need help desperately.
So I was an addict for 14 years, starting when after my dad died till I was 28 years old, I'm very active in recovery, and I have a very good idea of what works and a vision for what we need to do in this country. And we need to make addiction treatment easy, simple, cheap. A lot of the industry has devolved because of a variety of factors into almost a predatory industry, a lot of the addiction treatment industry. And I've seen how it works in other countries. I've seen this beautiful model that they have in Italy called San Patrignano, where there are 2,000 kids who work on a large farm in a healing center, and they grow.
It's a beautiful model.
It's good, and that's what we need to build here. And what I would do as president, I would decriminalize marijuana. I will make safe banking laws for people who are selling it, but I will tax it federally, and I will use that money to build these healing centers in rural areas, depressed rural areas all over the country, where kids can grow organic food and eat good, eat well, heal themselves spiritually, physically, and emotionally. And not only for fentanyl, but also for the many, many kids who are now stuck on SSRIs and are suffering other forms of depression. We need to start healing our country. Our country, has a form of kind of chronic inflammation, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. We need to start healing ourselves, and we need to be compassionate. We need to be practical about it, and we need to make that a priority. We need to recover our children. And it's something that, for me, this is going to be my Peace Corps program. And my uncle had the Peace Corps. I'm going to build these rehab centers all over the country, these farms, healing camps where people can go, where our American children can go and find themselves again and come back, become contributing members to our society, and stop the mayhem and the carnage. I'm going to decriminalize marijuana on a federal basis, allow the states to regulate it, continue to tax it federally, and use those taxes to fund the recovery programs. And I would do the same thing for psychedelic drugs, which I do not think should be criminalized.
You would legalize psychedelic drugs?
I would legalize psychedelic drugs. Some form of legalization, but they should. There's so much. I know personally, and I know. I've read the studies, and there's so many people being helped in different ways by them. We have to make it easier, maybe to prescribe them, to give them through therapeutically. I don't know about just buying them in stores. I have to look at all that. But in one way or another, we need to make it easy for people to use them in ways that could benefit our children and could benefit everybody.
Okay, so Brandi, do you want to start us off on your thoughts on that?
Sure. So, I mean, the whole time I'm watching it, I'm just like in disbelief. Like, at first, it sounds good, right? Because as a person who went through that, who wouldn't want more access to help? Because the way the system is now, it absolutely sucks. Like, you can't, if you're going to rehab and they give you, which is another form of a big pharma pill, obviously, Subutex or Suboxone that they give you to get off of opiates, even though they sold you the issue to begin with, they're still going to sell you this. So it's like, then you try to get on that and you try to like wean yourself off of that to like get better, you know? You don't have access to that. So like they made it really difficult for doctors to prescribe these drugs. They made it completely difficult for regular people, addicts, to get treatment. And they made it completely impossible with rehab as well. So unless you had insurance, you could not get into like a good detox, if that's even considered good, but you couldn't get into like a non-state run facility detox or pretty much private, I guess, at that point, rehab. And so like when I hear him say that, if I didn't know everything that we've been looking at, you know, that I've been looking at from what you guys have sent me for the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'd be like, oh, that sounds great. You know what I mean? I'd be coming at it from a completely different angle. Like, oh, well, that's logical. You know what I mean? People need treatment. They need help. They need more resources. Like, why not open it up for them? But then you start to hear him talk about like, oh, well, I'm going to open up farms and like they're going to work and they need organic food. And then I'm just like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like after reading what these people are doing, and like with Italy, he's completely modeling their model. And it just blows my mind how he's trying to gravitate towards like the addicts and like the parents who have lost children, like the people that have lost their boyfriend, their girlfriend, their sister, their brother, their cousin, their dad, their mom. You know, he's just playing off of their emotions to basically sell and pitch this idea that he's going to be able to fix it. And so my reaction to all of that is just like, it sounds good at first, you know, until you actually look into it, and then it just pisses me off, to be honest. You know, it really does piss me off, because I feel like he's using mental health, addiction, and all of that, one, to run for president, and then two, to basically capitalize off of that. And he's not being transparent with, you know, who he's getting these ideas from and what they were and who they are and what they've done in their past. So I guess that's pretty much my reaction to all of that.
Yeah.
In a small nutshell.
Well, I noticed something just watching this just now that I hadn't really thought about before, but he said two things that are contradictory in his statement. He said, I want to decriminalize it and I want to regulate it. Those two things are actually, you can't have both of those. You either decriminalize it or you regulate it. So in other words, if you get caught with it and it's not prescribed, and if you're not within their institutional structures, it's still I'm assuming it will still be a criminal offense.
Decriminalized.
That's not decriminalized. So I've been a big advocate for decriminalization of drugs, knowing full well that there's a big drug problem. I've had several great documentaries that I've shown over the years about like decriminalization, and even police advocating. There's a really great organization that was actually by police officers who were advocating for decriminalization, saying we do need to deal with these problems as a society as a whole, and there's lots of different, we can go into like how to deal with that. But having it being a criminal thing is not very helpful. So I'm a huge advocate of decriminalization. I am not an advocate for regulating it and putting it into these markets and having like big pharmaceutical companies or these psychotherapy groups or whatever that are going to control it and use it for their own
problem.
Right, exactly. So I just thought I would point that out. The decriminalization versus regulation are not, those are two different things.
she was like, "Oh, so you're going to legalize psychedelics?" And he was like, "Yeah, I would legalize it. Well, actually, I would decriminalize it, but regulate it." But like you said, it's like the same exact.
You can't have it both ways. You either decriminalize it
Exactly.
or you regulate it. It's not. They're two different things. Anyways, I just thought I would
it's
point that
interesting
out.
too, his position about was it like providing banking for marijuana sales and then taxing it? It's interesting because
Yeah,
Robert Hertzberg, who was I think he was a California senator, state senator, who introduced the digital identity bill that I made the big map of the California digital identity. One of his other bills was banking for marijuana sales on crypto, like setting up a crypto exchange to do banking for marijuana. So in our RFK Juniors in California. So like I would not be surprised at all if that's how that goes down. The other thing that I found really squeamy about that is he's pandering to children, right? Keeps talking about children. Again, children's health defense, and I'm sure that there are young people, quite a few young people, but this addiction, like the opioid stuff, goes all the way up. It's not just children who are having suffering this stuff. It's very broad, and so to me it seems inappropriate that whose children, like what ages, like you're gonna have a 14-year-old out on some rural farm, he's like framing it like summer camp. To me, the way he's sort of framing it makes it sound like, oh, we're just sending them to summer camp and they can just pick tomatoes or something. I don't think that that's an accurate representation. I think talking about putting them in poor rural areas, that's just like prisons, right? That's exactly what they do with the private prison industry. Like there are a lot of rural towns that everyone has to work at the prison because that's the only job you can get is to work at the prison. So that's what it's going to be, right? They're going to be like the prison farm. And so that's also predatory. Probably it'll be an opportunity zone. I bet they've already got it all mapped out where they're going to be, and have some impact of mental health stuff. Maybe they'll give them some of those like digital training, devices and, package it up. So it's just.
I remember when I was a kid. Oh, I was just going to do a little side note. When I remember when I was a kid, they had the DARE program, Dare to Keep Kids Off Drugs. And, it was like Mr. T and like Nancy Reagan or whatever telling little kids. They had these whole programs where they're coming to elementary schools telling little kids not to do drugs. And it was like, what little kids are even being offered drugs? Like even in the inner cities, like for the most part, like little kids are not offered drugs, even in the inner city, like it's not till like at best maybe 13 or 14 years old before kids are even introduced to drugs, but they're like in elementary school. I mean, it was the most ridiculous, the most ridiculous, ineffective program. But then when I saw the egg, when they saw the break the egg and this is your brain on drugs, I knew it's not something I wanted to be. I don't want to be a broken egg.
Well, I want to mention too. Oh, go ahead, Brandi.
Sorry, I was just going to say, like, how you said it was creepy how, like, RFK was kind of targeting the children. I showed you, I think, a couple links to that one channel where it's like Soft White. I watch his channel, Soft White Underbelly, and I've enjoyed some of the segments, but I've started to notice that, like, his pitch is almost like, well, we need to show the government, we need to show the people, but we need to help the children. Like, that's the main focus now, is helping children. And so I don't know if it's connected or not, but it just seems odd how it seems like a pattern, So, of course, children, everybody cares about kids, so they're going to, like, tune into that word. And so they're going to, like, appreciate anybody who's trying to defend them. And so I just wanted to add that as well with that channel, because it's centered around mental health, addiction, and pretty much the most vulnerable people in society.
Yeah, and so Soft White Underbelly, actually, Meg introduced me to that one. And it's a guy who goes around and interviews addicts and people in really difficult situations. And it's they're well-produced videos. It's like really high. I mean, as a videographer, like it's very highly well-produced. But, and I never thought of anything of that. And then Brandi recently kind of was like, oh, wait a minute. Like this, even this is, there's an there may be an ulterior motive here.
Well, can I mention too about the psychedelics, the legalization? So just above Robert F. Kennedy Jr., there's the purple, the Takiwasi Center, plant medicine. So a while ago, there was like the one critique I've seen of the San Patrignano model. There was someone from this Takiwasi Center, which is, I believe, is based out of Peru. It was ayahuasca assisted addiction treatment. That they went to that gathering with San Patrignano, and they're like, there's something not right about this. Like the people are just not right. Like they seem kind of robotic. Like there's no authentic human connection there. It's not good. But again, the critique is from the ayahuasca assisted addiction treatment. And this particular model is connected, like it's being studied by the UN, because the UN has its own like addiction and recovery model. And then a lot of this stuff in Peru is linked to sustainability and like cultural preservation and indigeneity. So like the UN is spinning all of these things into the use of psychedelics to treat addiction. Now, I'm not a specialist in addiction and I don't want to sort of pass judgment, but to me, it seems like it's opening a whole can of worms if you're like treating one addiction with some other psychedelic protocol. And if it works or helps some people, but I mean, I guess my concern is in this space, I can imagine that some of these units might be used to prototype some of the human computation. And we can see that there's interest in EEG, brainwave monitoring, like remote sensing thought forms. And to me, if you're going to network a group of people, having people in an altered state of consciousness, a lot of what the system seems to be after is an embodied intelligence. And I talked about this before, but not just any kind of intelligence, but actually intelligence connected to a body. And I keep getting the feeling like whatever this system is, it needs an embodied consciousness as a tool to access something that maybe is only available in an altered state. And now they have these wearables and they have these different tools that could monitor your, I mean, I think even in Stealing Fire, they talk about recording so that you could go back into a trip to a certain time stamp. Like they could record it and then they could replay your brainwaves and get you back into the same space. So like when you're traveling in these interdimensional spaces, they can keep track and then maybe you could even go back there. But if I do wonder if that might not be a planned part of this social human biohybrid computation, is to get people in these circumstances where you've already signed off, right? Like you've joined up, so you've kind of waived all your rights to anything, and then you've waived all your intellectual property or, whatever data that might come off these brainwaves, and you've got these groups of people, because I think even more powerfully is when people are doing it together. Like there's a group oscillation that accesses these altered states of consciousness. So, I can't like prove exactly that that's the program, but the deep emphasis into this on psychedelics for therapy, and again, that a presidential candidate would just sort of randomly toss off like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna legalize psychedelics because they're so good, right? And so, there's a lot of study of this. But I think that there's a subliminal purpose. And if you look and see who's funding this Takiwasi Center, which I think is in Peru, it's like the Basque government, the UN, Ashoka. They have these very high level partners, two with the UN environmental program, and it's being framed as sustainability in the EU, right? Like what are all these people doing in the business of Peru? Like this little ayahuasca group in Peru, like that again, when you follow the money and the power, it says that there's something more going on here than they're saying at the surface. I think, can you go to the one just above that, Jason? Because I have some underlines on that one. So the King Baudouin Foundation in Belgium, that's a really prominent one. That was rehabilitation of drug addicts in 2012. They hosted an international congress on traditional medicines, interculturality, and mental health with the Ashoka Foundation. Working on logistics and technical skills development with the Catholic Delegation for Cooperation in France. These are very, very highly studied programs. And I don't know, do you guys have thoughts on that? Because to me, it seems like knowing what I know about tracking brainwave patterns, altered states, and the computation, they would literally have a captive audience of maybe hundreds of thousands of people. Like, that's powerful. Like, this little Takiwasi is probably some little small version, but if they could get that up and running with like tens of thousands or 100,000 people, that's a lot of data.
Yeah.
And they would all do it as evidence-based. So that would be collecting the data, right? They would want to get the data to prove that it works, right? Because it's all the what works model.
Yeah. Brandi, did you want to say something?
No, I completely agree with that. I feel like they would try to was a good summit. And I know this might be unrelated, but at the same time, we have other rehabs that are, other people that are running the rehabs that want to bring in the headsets so that they can gather brainwaves and gather the reactions to like traumatic experiences that I think that they've been through and try to like level and see like how the brain reacts to those things. So I wouldn't doubt it at all. That's what they're doing with that.
Here's a photo I took a couple of months ago at the Colorado Convention Center. We hosted the Psychedelic Science Conference, which was presented by MAPS, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. And I've actually known a lot of the people with MAPS. I actually camped with Rick Doblin and a bunch of people from that organization in 2007 at Entheon Village at Burning Man. So this is like my community. And I actually like, I think psychedelics could be a very positive thing. It's a very personal thing. I absolutely oppose the United Nations or any of these other institutions. I actually oppose, making markets out of it. I actually oppose doing data collection and psychoanalysis and all this other stuff. To me, it's a personal thing. It's kind of like a spiritual thing where people have like their relationship with whatever they find, whatever they connect with spiritually. So I'm in this weird position because I'm like, I still actually to this day think that there are positive uses of it. And I know a lot of people have benefited from it, myself included. I've benefited from psychedelics on a personal level. I would never go to a therapist that was prescribing it, that was connected to any of these other things ever. I would never do that.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, if you're involving, and this is the model with San Patrignano, if you're in a adjudicated system, right? You get pulled in and then your options are, well, you can go to jail or you can do this recovery program or whatever. Like, and again, that's the regulation. And, I've written about these diversion courts, right? I think for a lot of low level offenses, they're going to start saying, okay, it's not like they're not going to arrest you, but they'll arrest you and then you'll get put in a diversion program, which is an impact market. But it'll be coercive. Like, you won't have the option to not do it. And then you become part of the system, right? And so I don't feel like when it's going to be offered, that it's going to be offered with full informed consent about what it actually is about.
Are you saying they're not really going to decriminalize it?
It's a control system. But Jason, if you imagine that the human computation program is an extension of MK Ultra, right? It's an extension of the intersection of cybernetics and consciousness engineering and different substance use and emerging technology, and that this has been going on at least since the 40s, if not earlier, that they've been trying to tap into and domesticate and harness this for some other purpose that has nothing to do with individual spiritual experience or healing, but has to do a lot with tapping into some sort of other dimensionality, information space, problem-solving space. That's, to me, what it's starting to feel like. And so, and again, it makes it difficult to have the conversation because immediately people are like, is it good or is it bad? Are they the good guys or are they the bad guys? Are they controlled or are they not controlled? And like, that's the first place that people want to jump into and they figure out where they are on the line. Am I the bad person or the good person? Is my friend the bad person or are they the good person? And like, to me, if we can just set all that behind us for a while and say, let's just look at it, right? Because do we think that this might be what it is? And if so, let's explore that space. And then let's explore what are the power dynamics in that space? What are the financial aspects in that space? What else? Because if we immediately jump to, are you saying that's bad? Then we can't actually even have the conversation. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. Well, I'll say another thing I noticed about psychedelics in my own personal use is that I actually it appears to me that someone on psychedelics in a certain situation can be made suggestible. Like I think that in certain states, you are in some ways vulnerable to if someone wanted to manipulate you or trick you or do something like that. Because I've had some kind of weird experiences. So like at this point, like I wouldn't do psychedelics with people, unless I was with people that I trusted, a very strong, whatever. Like I think that there's something else about them that like maybe psychologically that could could make someone more suggestible to certain things or whatever. So I think there's that aspect of it as well. So I mean, to me, I don't take them lightly. It's not like, oh, I'm going to go out and have some fun or whatever. To me, it's been a while since I've even done them, but I do see that aspect of it where, maybe they know something that we don't know in terms of tapping into your consciousness
terrifying.
or whatever. Yeah.
And that's terrifying to me. Like I look back at MK Ultra and like that's what I think of when I hear that they're trying to like essentially like regulate and like promote psychedelics. Like I've done psychedelics and I've benefited a lot from it. And for a long time I attributed mushrooms to like being able to be off of heroin. You know what I mean? So I'm like really torn like you are in the sense of like, well, I totally supported that, and for my personal experience anyway, it was like mind-blowing, and it to me it just opened up my mind to like I just got to know myself a lot more, and the same with acid and everything else. And so now when I hear like Paul Stamets or like Joe Rogan or like RFK and like all these huge people talking about it, it kind of makes me reluctant to like trust it after that. Not trust psychedelics per se, but to trust how they're going to be promoting this or like how they're going to regulate it or what they're going to do, because that's terrifying to know. It's like an extension of MK Ultra, like Alison said, and that's where I kind of like, it terrifies me when I think about it, because I'm like, what the fuck, like what are they doing with this?
Like the revenue stream for these camps is going to be off legalized marijuana and possibly the psychedelics, right? And so there's all of the CBD products, which is a huge industry now, right? Like, I mean, imagine back in the day where you get 3 strikes and you're out and you're in prison for, 20 years, versus now it's a white collar business, whatever. But for the most part, a lot of that is being grown industrially, grown under certain lighting conditions where the lights can be used to like do certain programming. There's all sorts of stuff about blockchaining the cannabis and the DNA of cannabis and getting that all secure. And then even like someone was telling me that all over Twitter that it's the Tommy Chong's CBD products that are sold as nano hemp, like nanotechnology, nano hemp. It's right there on the label, nano hemp. And I'm looking at that and they're like, oh yeah, so nano for cannabis is really good because it gets between, past the blood-brain barrier. So it's great, right? And so like you wonder how many people who are taking medicinal cannabis that's coming from highly industrialized, processed, maybe with quantum nano dots to track supply chains, right? And then are being formulated as nanotechnology, really understand the long-term impacts of that. Like, getting past your blood-brain barriers. Like, this is not your, your dad's pot. Like, this is something, this is an entirely different substance. And I think, and then that's going to be the revenue stream for these camps. Like, to me, that seems a little insidious. Like, it seems, like, again, not to be judgmental on the use, but like, I don't trust these products anymore.
That's what I'm saying, is I'm scared of it now. And especially since like even like when you say CBD, like Florida had like an entire, like, it was like, we'll give you not a grant, they're not going to give you money, but we'll give you like an option, I guess you could say, or like the opportunity to grow hemp, and like we'll come out and like we'll measure it or whatever they were going to do, but then you have to abide by like their rules. And so it's like all of a sudden they're just promoting all of this. You know what I mean? And someone that like looks at the system as a whole and is like skeptical of it to begin with, like for me personally, I'm just like, what is this? You know what I mean? And that scares me because it's like I know so many people that would be totally excited if they did decriminalize all these, and I would have been excited if they did. I'd have been like, oh my God, they're decriminalized finally. But now when you see like the plans that they're doing and that they're making, it's kind of like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? Like this is like MK Ultra, you know, like how are they going to be able to like
And
control?
I think people are just
and,
not fully in
you
control
know?
of their faculties. I mean,
Yeah.
like, but if that becomes something that is like a regular, like they're not fully in control. Like you can talk about suggestibility or even just like not being on top of your game. Like stuff gets rolled out and like you're just not even noticing because you're just, you know.
You can
laid
manipulate
back.
people very
Yeah,
easily, you know?
Yeah.
So, could you click on the yellow dot, the COVID transmission study?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's these two that we didn't catch, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So that one is, it's a study that was done, actually, it just came out recently. SARS-CoV-2 infection in San Patrignano, the largest European drug rehabilitation community. So it was a study, essentially the shtick was like, oh, we did a lot of studies in nursing homes, but those people are really feeble. And so this is a different kind of group social setting model we'd like to study. And so if you could just click to the conclusion, I think that one. So here, you know, essentially it was like that people got it, but that nobody had to be hospitalized. Like that was the upshot, right? But what was really compelling to me was the institutional review board statement. So it says ethical review and approval were waived for this study, right? Ethical review and approval were waived for this study. Patients
they're addicts, so, you know.
Yeah.
It
Patients
doesn't matter.
entering San Patrignano signed an informed consent for the management of their routine healthcare data. Given the observational nature of the present study, no further ethical approval was requested or waived. All methods were carried out in accordance with national guidelines. And then informed consent statement. Informed consent was obtained for all subjects involved in the study who signed it when entering San Patrignano for the management of their routine healthcare data. So now this is about management of healthcare data, but I do wonder in terms of even healthcare treatment, right? Like, do you waive oversight of your treatment options when you enter one of these programs? That's off-putting. And then, so the other yellow dot, this was a Twitter thread from Art is Brutal 2021, who had sort of an extensive Twitter thread about San Patrignano and RFK Jr. And so the other dot that I have below this is from, I just want to credit this Twitter feed. It was longer than this, but people can go back to it because there's a link there. But if you click on the blue dot next to it, Bondini.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Daniele Bondini. Okay, so Daniele Bondini is an Italian American, and he's in real estate. And he was so San Patrignano is in Rimini, Italy, which is on the eastern side of the country. It's the next closest town to Rimini is San Marino, which is actually its own little country, like the Vatican city-state, which is always an unusual exception when you have something based in there. So Bondini was the UN representative for San Marino from 2005 to 2016. And he was called the leading Italian real estate developer in the US. He's connected to Columbia Business School. Remember, the son was at Columbia, and he's like the board chair of San Patrignano USA. And he also is very involved in New York City Italian philanthropy. So he's a pretty powerful guy. And then if you go a little bit further down, here's his, just his being announced that he was the San Marino rep for the UN. And let's see, so this is an article about his daughter, who is, let's see, it says she was raised on the Upper East Side. The understatedly chic blonde was educated at Chapin and Trinity. Her father is the Italian-born real estate heavyweight Daniele Bondini. Her aunt is the New York party fixture Alex Kramer. and her maternal grandmother is the Broadway producer Terry Allen Kramer. Okay, so this is the daughter, but it gives you some sense of the dad. And then the next one down, nope, above that. So the daughter was at a party at her father's Upper East Side apartment where she was seated next to the Chinese ambassador to the UN. And her dad's like, talk to him about religious freedom in China. And he's like, no, Dad, that's like, you don't actually do that. You know? So this guy is whining and dining with the international clientele set. And it does say that he's in the Epstein book, which is that Xerox, if you want to click on that. So he was listed in the Epstein book, 2 phone numbers in New York. So again, I think the concentration of Epstein is kept narrow so that we're not looking at the bigger things like Santa Fe Institute and eusociality and complexity, but interesting overlap. And then he had his own private helicopter in New York and that crashed into a building and killed the pilot. And it became quite a big thing. This was in 2019. Yeah. So this, and no one could understand why this helicopter crashed because it was a really foggy day and none of the helicopters should have been flying. But this guy's helicopter was flying over Manhattan and it crashed into a crash landing on the top of a building. Oh, and the building actually was the AXA building.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy, McCormick, it says, about 4 years ago, McCormick stopped working for helicopter companies and became a private pilot for Daniele Bondini, who owns the helicopter. Bondini had no comment. And then it says, as of Monday night, McCormick's flight path from the 34th Street heliport was still unexplained, even by fellow helicopter pilots. Something had to have happened, Dudley said, either something mechanical or something weather related. Because you had a highly trained, highly experienced veteran pilot, something must have happened to overwhelm him. So the building that it crashed into was actually the AXA building, which is the building that, or the AXA insurance is what Leo's been doing all the research on. And then at one point, like that computer chess tournament, was it Big Blue or something? Like the first time that chess won the tournament, like was in that building as well. So, again, it's a little obscure, but it's kind of interesting that the San Patrignano guy, again, a big mover and shaker in Italian policy in New York City. And again, like, you know, the New Yorkers are all down in Florida too, Brandi. I mean, they're just like, it's all back and forth, Palm Springs and the New York, you know, it's
They just seem to settle here.
and there was something
here.
In America's appendage.
Exactly. The cesspool.
So the model is uplifted by Cornell, the Cornell Weill Medical School. Like they're saying how great this model is. Again, even though it has this, it's the Cornell Weill Medical School is in New York City. It's so wonderful. It's free, right? They work for free. But if you click down to the button underneath it, a community as a therapeutic model. And it's connected to Rockefeller University, which again is biomedical research, connections to Sloan Kettering and Rockefeller University. So, but they're pitching this as a community treatment option, right? And again, community, when I'm starting to see community, I think eusociality, right? I think community, I think Hollands. Like the data in isolation, like individual data is not as interesting as patterns of data in community. So I think this idea of a community model for the opioid epidemic, like they were pitching San Patrignano as, and this is Bondini is pitching it at the Cornell Weill Medical School. The community part, I think, is important in the collective computation.
Well, I want to go back to, this COVID study and the data privacy health rights waived. Sorry, it's itching my ear. In the documentary Sandpa, they talk about how in the 80s the HIV/AIDS epidemic hit and how that impacted the people in the community. And there's a whole segment in there about how they had all these people coming in, offering different cures and doing different studies at facilities that were internal within the San Patrignano. So that's another aspect of it where they were, going back because we know there's a lot of similarities between this whole how COVID all rolled out and how HIV/AIDS in terms of politically and economically with different research and whatnot. So that's another aspect of it that I think is worth pointing out.
I also want to mention, so Eunice Shriver was Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s aunt. She's below there. Go up a little bit. And again, the Kennedy family is known for volunteering. Like that's sort of a big thing. JFK and the Peace Corps, and then Ted Kennedy, AmeriCorps, like the volunteer charitable aspect. And I think Eunice Shriver, it was maybe her sister had intellectual disabilities. And so she founded, again, camps, right? These summer camps for what? A vulnerable community, which is, communities of people with physical and intellectual, children with physical and intellectual disabilities. And, she leveraged her private camp model into a national model and got all sorts of acclaim for that. But it's interesting, there's another connection between that and Marotti, the stepson. You move over. So Angelo Marotti is actually the vice chair of the Special Olympics. So this is Camp Shriver. That was the beginning of the movement. And then if you go over to Angelo, I'm not sure if it would be on the line or, yeah, I guess that's it. Maybe you can just click on that. So this is on the death of Eunice Shriver, but it's a letter from Angelo Marotti sort of saying, condolences on her death. And see if there is something on the line, if something comes up, because it does say, it says vice chair where it says vice chair. Can you just click on that?
Oh.
Is anything come up? Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
So this is the board of directors of Special Olympics. And so Angelo Marotti is that. So Timothy Shriver, I guess maybe his son, is the board chair, but the vice chair is Angelo Marotti. So that's a very high level position. So again, there is a context of these children's camps in this family, and that does have a direct link to the Marottis through the stepson.
When that's special.
Oh, and can you click on the Warren Buffett's man in Europe? Because I thought that was pretty good. The gray one next to Angelo.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So here he's like, I'm bringing in Zuckerberg's money to Italy, right? So he's all about the tech. And I think he was involved in broadband. And again, that's sort of an extension of his stepmother's connection in the television industry and the telecoms. And that's how he got into venture capital. So yes, it says they have cash to invest. For anyone involved in the digital economy in Italy, it's one of those pieces of news that rarely happens. We can translate his words as follows. Marotti, who is Berkshire's man in Europe by the will of Warren Buffett, told the Corriere that he had convinced the managers of a fund full of Zuckerberg's money in Italian startups and Italian companies. In Italian companies here, they have the liquidity to invest. And in Italy, Marotti is looking for talent in food, sport, leisure, fashion, and design. So, of course, Warren Buffett, he set up the Giving Pledge with Bill Gates. And Mark Zuckerberg has been involved in both biomedical research as well as educational technology since the beginning. So, yeah. Oh, and he presented at this Tech and Emotion conference. So again, that goes back to the psychedelics and sort of accessing different mental and emotional states. There was a gathering in Milan in May, Tech Emotion, the first international summit that merges technology and emotion, innovation and humanism, research and creativity to empower human potential. The only networked meeting of whatever. So there's Marotti. He's there. And then I can't remember if I had some other pictures. No, that's just a picture of him.
This guy, the second guy over, Chamath, he looks like he's from like the Gilded Age or something. He looks like looks like a photo from like 100 years ago or 150 years ago.
Exactly. But see, I think like this tapping into emotion, using the tech to humanize AI, right? It feels very connected. So
yeah, Well, we're making progress here. We've got one more little section to
Do you want to do anything about the Jung stuff?
Well, we still have some clips here. So, spiritual recovery. RFK promotes obedience. Life is a serious moral test. Importance of Jung. You want to watch this one?
Yeah. Well, before we do
got
this,
a whole playlist.
can I
Jimmy
click
Dore
on the Jung OSS archetypes?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that, the usefulness of Jung, the archetypes because it's all about narrowing down, what kind of person, what's your personality, what's your archetype, and how that actually serves computation.
Well, think about all of those quizzes in Facebook, right? What kind of art are you? What kind of cat are you? What kind of, here, do this, let us know your personality type.
This one here?
So this
reminds me of like Cambridge Analytica.
shared this with me. It's just talking about archetypes of digital twins. And they're sort of talking about types of digital twins, I think, for machines, but I think they're relevant to people as well. And then I didn't realize if you click out and go to the blue dot on Jung, I didn't realize that he was a member of the OSS. It says that he was recruited by Dulles through a client to provide psychological profiles of Hitler and the German psyche. He secretly worked for the office of the OSS, which preceded the CIA. He did psychological analysis of the leaders. And it said later, Dulles said, no, nobody will probably ever know how much Professor Jung contributed to the Allied cause during the war, and that his work needed to remain highly classified for the indefinite future.
Indefinite.
So I think,
wow, that's interesting.
Managing the
it's pretty rare when it's indefinite. Usually they'll be like, all right, 75 years or whatever.
I guess we know it now. So I don't know what's in this one. Can we click open on that one? So this is the Mellons, just touching again on the fact that the Mellon family, Paul and Mary Mellon, set up the Bollingen Foundation to translate the work of Jung into English. And essentially it was a university press without a university. And so they translated all of Jung, and then actually a lot of esoteric texts, including like ancient Egyptian texts and Babylonian texts. Like they were involved in esoteric stuff. And
they had that soap opera, right? The Young and the Restless.
Oh, boom, boom.
Sorry.
But so Andrew Mellon, he funded the National Gallery, and then Paul oversaw the building of the National Gallery of Art. And so within this context, I can kind of see what Carnegie Mellon was about, right? Because Carnegie Mellon was an odd mix-up of cutting edge technology and then art and drama. So they had two very different programs. To me, they felt like very, very different trajectories. Like I can't imagine being on a campus where half the people are developing AI and like the other half the people are doing screenwriting and visual arts. But we can see how now they may be coming together. Like as the AI becomes humanized, the technology becomes humanized, it's like grabbing onto all of that. And, you have all of this stuff going on in Pittsburgh. There's early test cases of nuclear stuff. The Pitcairn family, the plate glass people are there. U.S. Steel, J.P. Morgan, Alcoa, all of that stuff is happening. And of course, Oliver Reiser was based at Pitt, social embryology. So I just feel like having that little insight into Jung and the Mellons was important. And let me see this one.
More archetype.
Like just looking at the idea of an archetype, it denotes the process of nature. Jung's definitions of archetypes varied over time and have been the subject of debate, but sort of motifs in mythology and universal symbols. And it's quite fascinating because I was just finished Cryptonomicon, and there was a whole section there talking about Athena, and Athena being a goddess of the hackers because she was a goddess of war, but also craft and wisdom, and opposed to the god of Ares, which is ugly, brutal war, that she was clever and tricky, and she was like the trickster. So she was like the hacker goddess. But he was talking specifically about the carrying out of archetypes over time.
I was looking. I know you had a Oh, there it is. You had a Cryptonomicon.
Did I have it in there? Yeah.
Signal from
so
noise.
I signal and noise.
This is going into the sound.
Archetype people, yeah, is important. And then if you start to look at live action role play, because in Cryptonomicon, there's two plot lines, and the contemporary plot line is based on, if you could go back to the blue one, scroll down a little bit to the lady with the flowers. So Wendy Strix Beltran, she's a narrative designer who got her training at Carnegie Mellon in gaming. And so she has a master's in mythological studies from Pacifica, and her specialty is at the intersection of mythology, psychology, and play. And she's conducted research through Carnegie Mellon's Human Computer Interaction Institute, right? So they're developed these immersive gaming narratives, and they're going to be mining the psyche. And that's, I think, a lot that goes back to Ender's Game and the psyche mining game in that training manual to get into your psyche to manipulate you as a digital twin, right? So just think about the amount of data collection that they could get on the psyches of these people in addiction. She wrote a whole, here's a really interesting chapter, Yearning for the Hero Within Live Action Role-Playing as Engagement with Mythical Archetypes. And then this, if you go one more, I guess this is Conductor. We talked about that. That's the crisis management platform where people do role play. And then even a bit further back, there's, just keep going. Oh, is it nothing? Is that, okay. I missed, the blue dot underneath Wrench in the Gears. Jacob Moreno, he's the father of, did I not click through that? Can you get it? Is that open? It must not have.
There's no link there.
Okay, so Jacob Moreno, he developed sociograms, so early social networking theory, and the field of psychodrama. And he was actually Romanian, so like think about Michaela Eularu and all the Romanians in Ocean Protocol. He moved to Romania and then to New York City, and so he developed this idea of role playing as a psychotherapy program. And then he actually had his own private mental institution up on the Hudson in New York, and he just had his own free range. And his son Jonathan is a bioethicist at Penn who wrote Mind Wars about weaponizing the mind, and I believe he even said his father was involved in MK Ultra, right? And so you've got live action role play, you've got gaming, you have psychodrama, you have these archetypes, you have all of these social media things that are already priming people, like reinforcing certain archetypes, having quizzes, collecting data, refining them, developing your digital twin. And then imagine what that might look like in a quote unquote therapeutic setting when they're looking to leverage all of that towards some sort of group dynamic computation. Like, it's kind of crazy, but so in this context, there was a talk that someone directed to my attention to with Jimmy Dore, where they're talking, he and Dore are like, totally jamming on Jung and how much they love Jung and spirituality and the idea of surrender and obedience, which is central to this model. And to me, you have to understand the whole backstory of like how Jung is going to factor into live action role play gaming.
Because that is,
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was going to automatically start. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I've got. We can play those and see what people think.
Okay.
because that is, staying in that posture of surrender. Then, the cash and prizes start flying in, your life gets together. And my inclination is to say, thanks God, I got it from here. And then take the wheel and drive the car off the cliff again. And the challenge is, for somebody like me, it's how do you stay in that posture of surrender, even when, that maintain that spiritual connection, even when your life is going well and you don't really need, you don't need God in your life anymore. And that, we all, addiction is ultimately about abusing power.
He talks about that what we're aware of is just the tip of the iceberg of who we really are, and that most of who we are is unconscious, and that to become enlightened isn't to learn something new, but is to make the darkness conscious, right? And so I've experienced that my ego consciousness, the thing is tiny compared to the unconscious. What I don't control anything, right? All I can do, like with my consciousness, all I can do is surf a wave You know, like God is this wave, or God is creating this wave of consciousness, and I can surf it, but I can't control that wave. And, you know, I'm a part of it. You know, I'm part of the ocean. You know, I'm part of the consciousness. But the real surrender is to know that I don't have control, and that the same God that creates my dreams at night is the same God that creates my life. And I don't have that. And so just like I have this one Jungian has this technique of, you know, how you interpret a dream. Well, if something happens in your life, just pretend like it's a dream. And then how would you interpret that? What had just happened to you and that has really changed my life, right? To look at everything that's happening in my life as coming from God, because it is. And that was my experience with Jung, and it really opened me up.
It literally like, and I just want to say this, like, from my own experience, like when you go to like NA or like AA rooms, like Narcotics Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous, Cocaine Anonymous, whatever anonymous you go to, like the principle in those rooms is like, you have a higher power, right? So like, even if you don't believe in God, because like they don't want to make you like have to think it's like a cultish type of thing, like you need to believe in God. Like they're like, well, you need to believe in a higher power. So like, obviously you need to give up control of like your own thoughts and your own emotions. Like you have to let somebody, which is why you have to get a sponsor. So like, you have to let somebody else guide you. You have to like run your choices and whatever you're going to decide to do to them first before you make them. And for me personally, that was really difficult to do, because I'm like, no, like I don't really care who this person. And I've tried the whole system. I've actually genuinely tried this, and I never succeeded. I never got better in any of, and I hope addicts, if you're watching this, don't come for me, but I never got better in those rooms. And I can see how it would be helpful to some people. But for me personally, like I have a very strong personality, and I was like, you know, like I know who I am. You know what I mean? I know my limits. I know what I can handle. I'm aware of a lot of things. Like I don't need to run my decisions by somebody else. If they're wrong, I'm 100% of the time, I know that they're wrong. I'm just willing to do it, you know? So when they're talking in this interview, like, well, you know, like we just need to, you know, they need to give up. Like they're talking about like a higher power, or like give it to God, or like, you know, you need to give up your decision making and your belief systems and everything that makes you to somebody else. I just completely disagree with that in a way, you know, because now you're like, okay, so you're going to take some psychedelics, and we want you to believe this, and we want you to think this way, and we don't think you should do this, but you could do this. Like that's what it reminds me of in a way. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I took it, you know, just because it reminds me so much of like what they've done in like AA and NA rooms, which makes me think like, obviously they've done their homework on what people believe and what they actually, like drug addicts and the families and everybody that's surrounded in those circles, like what they hear on a daily basis from those rooms. So I'm
a big believer in free will.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I've got a very strong personality, and when I'm fucking up, like even while I'm fucking up, I know I'm fucking up. I'm like, I don't need someone to tell me that. Yeah, I know. But you know, the San Patrignano model also had that. They had, and I'll show clips in a later episode here where they had that, where they had people following you around and partnering with you and checking you. And I know that has worked. You know, I know that's helped with some people. And if you have the right person, you know, like if you have someone that's really great, that's still has good intentions, but you're also giving, you know, you're giving people, you know, a certain amount of power. You're taking people's personal power away from them, and then putting it into someone else, or putting it into some institution or some other thing.
Exactly.
Like I'm just like you. Like I'm like, no, actually my power is in me, and I need to tap into that. Like even if I'm fucking up, I'm like, I need to tap into the power within me that knows better But then again, everyone's different. I don't know, like, you know, how that works with other people, but I do know that there are other motives, ulterior motives and other agendas at play in a lot of these models that are being promoted. This isn't just Jungian
Absolutely.
psychology. And just that's interesting about, you know, Carl Jung being connected to the OSS, which is a deeply, a very, very dark, you know, organization, you know, the predecessor to the CIA. So.
Well, I would just say
Exactly.
too, I mean, the idea of surrendering in an environment where there's not a good power dynamic, right? Like, you know, imagine you're in a place where you're supposed to be getting help, and meanwhile they're selling drugs around you, and, you know, getting people in and out for cash or whatever, and just surrender.
Exactly.
You know, like, there's nothing that you
Just
can do about it.
surrender.
You know, and then
Let me make the
the other
choices
piece is-
for you.
Right. Well, the thing is, like, okay, so if God is making your dreams and God is making your life, what's coming is the Web3 protocol layer. So are we in agreement that some higher power is rolling out the protocol layer, or do
Right.
we think that's Mark Andreessen? Right.
Yep.
So if it's Mark Andreessen, like, maybe God is expecting us not to surf the consciousness, but to actually say something, like to stand up and
Yep.
for people who aren't in their strongest capacities at the moment because of whatever their mental health or health situation is. Like, we have to say, like, no, I don't think God is building the smart contract layer. I think that's us, and we could say no, and we could, like,
What is
refute
that? What do they call it? Providence or whatever? No, God is working through the programmers.
Other people.
Right. It's like, well, I have a friend that's really into synchronicity, and she's all into near-death experiences and things like that. But she's really interested in synchronicity. But think about synchronicity in a digitally twin modeled world.
Oh yeah, they
You
can
know,
make it all.
yeah, you can actually manufacture synchronicity, and then people will be like, "Whoa,
Absolutely.
that's so weird! Like, what are the odds?" Well, I was just thinking about that, and all of a sudden, it popped up on my YouTube feed. What are the odds? But imagine that in the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
And then when Dora was talking about, like, we're just a small, our ego self is this, and then we're so much bigger, and it's this subconscious aspect. I think that's what they're after. I think that they are after, the system is after the collective unconscious for computational purposes. Right?
Yeah.
And so when they are laying the groundwork to legitimize access to that, right? That is a resource to be up, right? Didn't he say, pull it up, pull the dark up, make it visible? What are we making it visible to? To the machine.
To the machine.
Put on your e-headband and do your psychedelics and surrender to surfing the consciousness, because it doesn't matter. You know, your dream world or your alternative reality world is the same as this world. It's all the same. We just need to know what it is. So put the device on, put your wearables on, whatever, take your nano hemp, whatever, get past the blood-brain barrier, whatever, because the machine really is interested in being humanized by you. And that's, to me, what it feels like. I mean, whether, you know, a lot of people said, oh, I know these people, they don't know what they're, you know, they don't know anything about this. Well, okay, then maybe they should watch our show and realize that this is what they're setting up, you know?
Yeah. Well, even just like the psychedelic thing, this conversation is really interesting to me. And these are things that I've thought about, like in terms of like the darkness. You know, I used to always quote, you know, I have quotes about like, the best disinfectant for darkness is light and all these other stuff, which I think, you know, to me, there's a big difference between exposing the wrongdoings of like a government, a corporation, a large religious institution, or a nonprofit, something like that, versus like me dealing with my own stuff, or either of you dealing with your stuff on a personal level, or maybe with friends. And so like, to me, there's a big difference between those two things. It's like, Charles Eisenstein likes to talk about transparency or whatever. You need to be transparent. And like I said, like, I don't need to be transparent about my shit with the machine. Now, I do think the government should be transparent, or these institutions or corporations or these artificial things. You know, ultimately, these are, you know, San Patrignano is an artificial construct that actually incorporates real people and real things. But to me, there's a big difference between those two things in terms of, because I do believe in like shining light on wrongdoing and bad stuff, and you know what I mean. I don't know. There's probably more I could go with that, but.
Well, I would
I agree
just
with
say too, like I put together a big long presentation on that TV Netflix series, The OA, that I just haven't ever done yet. But in looking at that in the second season, there is a scenario where all of these young women are around this central thing, like in an old warehouse, and they're sleeping in little twin beds, and there's a person next to them, and they're transcribing their dreams. And this is based on something real that in the lead up to, the rise of the Nazis, people were having these dreams that were like precognitive dreams. And so they were trying to harness this collective power of collective dream state into it wasn't like they didn't have an EEG headband. They actually had a physical person writing notes or something on a tablet, which seems a little bit overblown for what they could do now. But it does seem that there actually is an interest in like a demonstrated historical situation in which a collective unconscious people all over Germany were having these dreams that were recorded and then somehow secreted out of the country later and then published in the 60s, that this thing really had happened. So, anyway, It's interesting to think about. I really do feel like the system is aspiring to get into that space.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it at all. I wouldn't doubt it at all.
And not just an individual, but a group. And so this kind of setting would be
A collective, yeah.
Collective. Do you want to do the obedience? Because I think that's important. The next.
Sure.
Oh, young man, because he's a spiritual guy, very deeply spiritual, but he also has this other part of him that is a very faithful scientist. And so he starts these experiments to try to reproduce that experience in a clinical setting. So he puts one guy in one room and another guy in the other room and has them flip cards, playing cards, and then try to guess what the other guy flipped. And he believes that if he can beat the laws of probability, that he will have proven the existence of a supernatural, which is the first step to proving the existence of a God. And he tries to do that. But he says in this book, which is very impressive, that he couldn't do it. But he does say this. He says, even though I can't use empirical tools and scientific tools to prove the existence of a God, I can prove that people who believe in God have, based upon case studies of thousands of patients that he'd seen and anecdotal evidence that have come through, people have come through his sanitarium, that people who believe in God and get better faster, and that the recovery is more durable than people who do not. And for me, that was an incredibly impactful thing to hear, and much more impactful than if he said that he believed that he had proven the existence of a God, which I would not have believed. But that, at that point in my recovery, I had made a commitment to myself that I was going to do anything that improved my chances of recovery by even 1%. So if believing in God would improve that recovery, then I was going to do it. So then I was presented with the problem, how do you start believing in something that you can't see or smell or taste or touch or smell or acquire with your senses? And Jung solves that problem. He says, you fake it till you make it. You act as if, and that the obedience precedes the evidence. So, and that obedience to a God, that compliance with the way that God wants us to behave will then be is an act of faith, because you're doing it based on faith, but you will see the evidence presently. And so I started living my life. I just said, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to act as if there's a God up there watching me 24 hours a day. And that life is just a series of tests, and that that every day I would break down into about 40 different decisions, and I invested each one of those decisions with a moral dimension, because that is, staying in that posture of surrender. Then, the cash and prize start flowing in, your life gets together, and my inclination is to say, thanks God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he talks about obedience and compliance. So
And he
what's
says like keywords that are like in the recovery scene as well. You know, like he doesn't want to believe in God because it's not like he didn't say the word tangible, but that's what he was describing. Like I can't see, hear, or feel. Like that's exactly what the recovery community and NA and AA teaches you. And then they're like, fake it till you make it. That's like a whole, like what he is saying is literally like what I've experienced just in the rooms of like NA and AA. You know, so I feel like he's trying to pick up on keywords as well in there. I just
Like
wanted
a
to
signal.
add that
what,
in too.
who is
Yeah.
the voice of God? Obedience to what?
Yeah.
Obedience to
Exactly.
what? You know, like what
Who
is
is that God or higher power?
where is this code coming from? Who's writing this code?
Yep.
You know,
Exactly.
I mean, me, like I don't believe in God necessarily. I do believe that there's something greater and connection, like all of us connected. There's connectivity on another level that I don't really understand, but I believe in love and, you know, goodness. But to me, like, it's like there's a voice when like we said, when you're fucking up and you're doing something wrong, like I know I'm doing wrong. It's not because I read it in a book or it's not because the law told me, or that's not because some addiction center told me. You know, it's something that comes from within me. You know, I don't know. Like, but I'm just curious, like when he talks about being obedient and surrendering,
That's
you know,
my
to
concern.
whom and to what? To me, that's the opposite of what I need to do. What I need to do is listen to my internal voice.
Yeah. Because you,
For me,
yeah.
oh, sorry. I was just going to say that was different
go ahead.
than the other clip is this idea of structuring your day as moral contests, like 40 times a day, right? Like, so there's an obedience, and then it's, to me, that's a game. That's gamification. You've gamified your life. Everything has a certain dimension to it. And you know, Quantum Heart Cafe has been doing some research into institutional settings and these token economies. And those token economies were being used in preschools and mental institutions and prisons, right? So I would think recovery center in the contemporary standard would probably be right in there. So you can imagine like game mechanics tied to some sort of moral or social code and obedience being baked into these things as part of an impact finance scheme too, like having the data streams like feed into your archetype, right? Like what kind of participant are you? Are you defiant? Are you compliant? Are you, you know, the ringleader? Are you the, you know, introvert in the corner, whatever? And like all your tokens and things will have some sort of help build out your digital archetype twin so that you can be further gamed.
Yeah. Well, on that gaming thing, and I know that there are issues with him, but the Alfie Kohn, you know, has a book called Unconditional Parenting, and I have a lecture that I'd showed with Argus Fest with him. But there was the thing where he's talking about how parents use punishment and reward to get their kids to do things. And the one thing I did appreciate that he said was, what you're doing is, if they're doing it in that setting, they're not doing it for the right reasons. Like you don't want your child to do to harm somebody because you don't want them to harm somebody or harm themselves. Right. It doesn't need any external thing. The value it rests on its own merits. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Whereas if it's in a punishment reward scenario, which is kind of what we're talking about, obedience to something else, something outside of you, you gamify it. You're doing it because you're avoiding punishment. And you're seeking some sort of reward, and I think that's what comes from the external approach.
I mean, and I'm sure he maybe is framing this as an internal process rather than a token economy type of thing, and you know, and I don't mean to like overlay, but I can see that those systems would be put into place. I mean, the other thing that I would be interested in, because I think a lot of these institutional settings have certain health requirements of people and or staff, right? You know, I have someone that I know who has, you know, had a career in working in group settings for like troubled youth, like not necessarily recovery, but and it's very difficult to find positions that don't require some sort of health demonstration protocol to do that. So it would be interesting to know if he's starting up all these camps, like how does that fit in? You know, is the president, is he going to have some position to say what that's about? That's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, obviously, free will is not a part of these camps, and there's
You sign on for 5 years.
Right.
Like, this is not a short amount of time. 5 years. I mean, think about it. If you went in as an 18-year-old, you
A
come out as
long time.
23. That's a long time, especially for young people.
yeah,
Very long.
but you can make a lot of products.
Yep.
Come out being a
Yep.
wood carver. Like, tell me like where you're going to get a job as like an artisan wood carver outside of the whatever.
I'm a professional farmer.
Yeah, I mean, like not to. It's just some of the stuff like making luxury goods seems like not a very nice thing.
Oh, they're pretty. Do we want to do this one, the spiritual realignment?
I don't know if we need. I mean, essentially, he's just talking about the
get the point.
spirituality part of things. So,
Yeah. Okay.
I think we kind of hit on that. And you want to go over to the let's click on the positive economy just to sort of touch on that. And again, remember, this is the largest manufacturing companies in the country of Italy are connected to this thing. So this was the manifesto against the dictatorship of the GDP. So that's, again, wanting the well-being metrics factored in more than just the financial metrics on. So we've gone through sort of the archetype and addiction, and I just want to close off with this positive economy manifesto. We talked about Kerry Kennedy being a signatory, and then the Stefano Zamagni, who is Catholic, right, and with the Pontifical Academy. And then one of the third ones that was prominent is Jacques Attali, and he is an author and sort of philosopher, French philosopher, who was an advisor to Mitterrand and Sarkozy. And he was the first head of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, right? So he has this economics background. He also co-founded the European program Eureka, dedicated to the development of new technologies, and the nonprofit Planet Finance called Positive Planet. So that sounds pretty sustainable to me. So he's working on economics, political advising, technology, and social impact finance. And if we close this out, there's a book that someone brought to my attention previously. I think actually maybe Raul did. It's called Noise, the Political Economy of Music. This is a book he wrote in 1995. And it's not about the music industry. It's more about this idea of acoustics and sound waves. And in this book, he talks about this idea of auto surveillance, that the technologies of the future will lead us to surveil ourselves as a normal part of the process, which is sort of where we're at now. And for me, I thought this was pretty interesting because the last talk we did, we were talking about the masking threshold and acoustics and vibration and oscillation and cells. And Steffers had sent me several links about cytosonology or sonocytology. I think sonocytology, like the sound of cells. And there actually is an aspect of noise to cellular construction, including embryology and cell cleavage, which is what Michael Levin works with. So to me, this interfacing of the economics, the political theory, and then going into noise and music was significant. So we'll have that. Let's see. Do you have auto surveillance, the yellow dot underneath? I don't know if I have anything under there. Let me see. So this is from, this is a blog post I wrote. So this is from the book. It says, this new form of capitalism in which the media and multinational corporations play a major role, a shift on the technological level from the older mode of industrial production of the second machine revolution to newer cybernetic informational nuclear modes of some third machine age. Attali often describes the things in terms of auto surveillance. From one perspective, auto surveillance marks the penetration of information technology within the body and the psyche of the individual subject. It implies a diffusion of computers on a generalized scale and a kind of passive replication of their programs by the individual, most visibly in the areas of education and medicine. Under auto surveillance, capital and the state no longer have to do anything to you because you have learned to do it to yourself. And so it's interesting to hear about like transmitting information through the body, which Levin talks about through tissues. diffusion of computers into the body, which is nanomachines, right? NEMs and MEMS. And that, again, the state and corporations don't even have to force you because you're doing it yourself. And I can imagine that these camp environments would be set up that you do your own auto surveillance, you know.
Well, I would kind of probably disagree with him on the capital not playing a role, particularly. I could see the state not playing a role because it becomes once you tokenize everything and make everything into markets, you don't need the state as much. You can manage it through a lot of those things. But at least in the short term, or maybe long term, I think the capital piece of it is still going to play a very significant role. It's just the definition of capital is changing, you know.
Well, see, I sort of feel like, and I guess this is where I feel like the old paradigms aren't particularly helpful, because if the goal is coordinating through signal exchange, like, then we should be talking about it like that. Like, we don't understand money. We don't understand an economy. Like, and it's possible that I could be wrong, but if the lens I'm using, which is that all sorts of things will be transacted through tokens will be the new language of communication and coordination, then is it an economy, or is it a neural network, or is it something else?
Well, or both. I mean, I think it's not either or. To me, it's like, it is the tokenized, you know, think about social capital. I mean, the terms are still being used. So it seems like that tokenization is going to play a very key role. And like, for me, yes, it's signals, but it's also capital. Like, it's still within this like market framework.
Because it's also socialism. Like, right. Like, I mean, is it like it's going to be both.
Yeah, it's a hybrid.
At that point, as long as we just say it's both, then are either relevant, or do we come up with a new language for it? Because I almost feel like we're at a threshold where we could use a new language to talk about this.
I agree with that.
Because as long as we keep using the old words, then people are triggered by how the old words are used.
Well, that's the catch-22, though. You come up with the whole point of language is you say something and the other person understands you. So
but they don't, because it's always a secondary term.
Yeah. People
use a word and then you think that it's like, oh, that sounds really good. A kid's camp. Awesome. Right. Farming. Awesome. Only it's something else. Like, oh, we didn't tell you about this other part of it. What's behind curtain number 3, you know? So yeah, language obscures it.
Well, even on here, he says, the most elaborate and original marketing model, some new third stage of capital. So I think, like, again, it's like, but yeah, well, I think we do need a new language.
But like, China is as much a part of this as whatever. Right? I mean, like, it's not like there's any real dynamic of something that's outside of the system. They're just polarized versions driving us into it from all the directions.
Well, in China, you have a social credit score. In America, you have social capital.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
It's red, white, and blue over here. Our tokens are red, white, and blue. Come on, guys. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, Sustainable Economy Forum. This is just, again, talking about the integration of the San Patrignano model is totally involved with the UN SDGs. You know, they had a sustainable economy looking at, you know, reorienting corporate values. If we go down further, it talks about who some of the partners are in this, I think. So Confindustria, which is like the major...
Watch your mouth. Sorry.
Manufacturing Association. But you've got, like, here, the sustainability leader for Deloitte, the head of engagement at BNP Paribas. I think there's a few more I have. Let's see. Okay, so this is interesting. Roberto Cingolani, he is the scientific director of Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia, which was Draghi's green economy transition guy. And he's a nanotechnologist physicist. Okay, so a nanotechnologist physicist is involved in the Sustainable Economy Forum, because we know there's nothing more sustainable than nano, and it makes you wonder what they're going to do with people. A few other ones, advisor to New York City Department of Mental Health and Hygiene. Okay, so there we've got, like, she's a LaGuardia, all right? We have a John McKinley, director of BlackRock. Like these
They're
are all
everywhere.
the people he is gathering. They just want a sustainable economy.
Who's in
Are
your
there any
wallet?
more? Let's see, and this one, E for Impact, that's Marathi. Oh, and look, we've got
Oh,
Nicholas Negroponte.
Negroponte. Gotta
One
love the
laptop, one
Negroponte
child,
brothers.
right? Yes, the Negroponte brothers, MIT Media Lab. Yeah, super important. So, yes, this isn't any small stakes. These are some pretty powerful people. So if we just, do we want to sort of, yeah, so there's Chingolani. He's the nanotechnologist. He was appointed to Minister for the Ecological Transition of Italy, because nothing's more ecological than nano.
Sinister minister.
Sinister minister. Leonardo, multinational specializing in aerospace defense and security, because there's nothing more sustainable than a defense contracting budget. That's totally sustainable.
Super green.
Yep.
If you're not green, we'll blow you up. He launched an interdisciplinary program, Humanoid Technologies. So humanoid technologies. He has 100 patents in material science, semiconductors, nanotech, chemistry, materials, sensor tech, optoelectronics, photonics, and robotics. And he's done a lot of work with the EU in nanotech and new materials. So like, this is what green is. I mean, and I think I'm still flabbergasted, right? That and you know, and the thing is, a lot of this stuff with emerging tech is the same stuff that Vantage Point Capital Partners, where RFK Jr. is or was a managing director, is investing on all of this stuff. Like they're investing, like RFK Jr. is totally aligned with that kind of green economy, or at least based on his past business deals. So
I'm just
so here's just some background. Draghi, literally they call it, Italy's technocratic anomaly. That's the headline for him bringing him in. And
I like the look on his face there. He looks trustworthy.
Exactly. So he was brought in to do this particular job. A clear message: the stakes were too high for business as usual. Italy needed to speed up the COVID-19 vaccine rollout and start some key reforms to modernize the country and access those EU recovery funds.
Pow.
So again, this is the build back better, using that's the carrot with the stick behind it to like get your act together, Italy. Here's this best opportunity. It says that the Draghi government was described as a national unity government by news sources. The choice by Mattarella to appoint Draghi as prime minister was welcomed by some international observers, with others casting doubt on the stability of a new technocratic government. But they packaged it as unity so that no one could say, I'm not crazy about the Green Pass idea. And then this is just a link with Biden meeting up with him. They pledging to continue their close cooperation to overcome the pandemic, including the G7 commitment to donate vaccines globally and build back better global health security. And of course, Letizia is all about that. So
I'll call them the unitards. No, I'll leave that out. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm getting tired, by the way. So those of you who are watching, I'm going
on the green one.
I'm going on
recovery
3
funds.
hours. Yeah. I'm going on like 3 hours sleep. So now I'm starting to get loopy. So sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got another nice expression here in this picture.
Oh, yeah.
Mario Draghi's high stakes recovery push. He does not look too happy. Can we just go down to the next one? Let's see. So he has a technical political cabinet with a large majority unencumbered by thoughts of re-election, which gives him freedom to push difficult reforms. He's addressing the Kafkaesque bureaucracy and working on decarbonizing and digitizing entire economic sectors. So decarbonizing and digitizing. And they talk about the OECD and vocational training. So that's the human capital piece. And, aligning things to the labor markets. So that's impact finance for, goal 3, I think, is education. or goal 4. I can't remember which is one is health and one is education. And I think that might be, that's maybe all I need. National unity. And that it says that he would, Draghi stated that the Italy that emerged after the COVID-19 pandemic would have to undergo a period of reconstruction similar to post-World War II Italy, and it would be the government's responsibility to begin the process.
Marshall
So
Plan.
this is again. And then at the same time, he was a major supporter of aid to Ukraine. So he's the technocratic prime minister focused on this, and Italy wants to see Ukraine as part of the EU, and then he was all about supporting like as much money as possible going to Ukraine. So I think that's most everything. Like he was at MIT. He was the first Italian there.
Central Bank.
Central Bank, Institute for Advanced Study. You know, it's interesting that he's, former head of the European Central Bank. Does it say here? Maybe it's the next one down. Oh, there's the picture. That's the IAS, Institute for Advanced Study Board of Trustees. And then you have to scroll down, but he's on, like, it's not a ton of board members. So yeah. So Mario Draghi. So he's like up there with the high level physics folks. And
Goldman Sachs,
which
we don't have the link.
I
He was
guess some of those
Italian Treasury Director. I think we're also missing that link.
Yeah, I don't know why those didn't come through right. And World Bank executive. So so he's quite
Messianic.
messianic prime minister. Yeah, he was quite the setup for that. And I will say, if we go over to Letizia, there was one other bank that I forgot to mention. So she was connected to UBI Banca, the gray one. I think it's now defunct, but it was Bergamo Bank. And if you go down to the next image, that bank was working on social impact bonds, on social bonds for the elderly. This is a report to the G8 about inclusive finance. So just keep going. They were working on, UBI Banca had an initiative of loans to people who would capitalize cooperatives. So they were doing social bonds for cooperatives, and then I think they also had a social bond program for like nursing homes.
That phrase is interesting to me. Capitalized cooperatives. That is the marriage right there.
Yeah. That might be a bad translation from Italian into English, but yeah, they are planning to capitalize on the cooperatives, for sure. And let me see, is this? Yeah, so this is from another report. They were working on impact finance, public partnerships, development tools. And this was a particular study, and it said that they were crediting UBI Banca and the Italian National Agency for Microcredit for helping out with the report. This was the Italian Advisory Board for Social Impact Investing Task Force. So they're deeply embedded in that.
I'll just say one more thing on that. The marriage is like, we were talking about this or this. It's something new is not the sum of its parts. It becomes something else. So I do agree that we're dealing with something that's
different language to talk about it.
Yeah, it is something that's new that incorporates these things that we're familiar with, but together they create something new. Anyway, I'm sorry, not to belabor that, but
and some of these things are old, going back. Like, that's the social bond. I guess working with market rate loans and things like that. And I'm not sure what the last picture is. That's right.
Sapienza.
So one of these things, Sapienza University Rome. So I think they were invested in social impact finance. And this is a map that I had done earlier about different kinds of alternative currencies and linking it to story and culture. This guy, Christian Nold, who was at Open University, and he was the one working in actor network theory. Remember back when we were doing Flow?
The ant.
Where non-human agents have agency with humans. And he had done that Biltmer Euro, which was putting RFID chips in money to track local transactions, which we know is sort of networking. So he was part of a project called Every Aware Social Computation with ICT monitoring and citizen science. And the project coordinator based out of Sapienza is this guy, Vito Servideo, who was a data scientist of complex systems. And he was at Sapienza in Rome and in Vienna. And the project was called Crayon, but Kreyon, a web-based collective gaming and social computing system. And they were accessing novelty in the adjacent possible. And a partner in that was the Complexity Hub in Vienna. So you can kind of see when you got Sapienza in Rome, you've got social computation, you have sensor networks, you have data science, you have complex systems analysis, you have game mechanics, and you have emergence. And then again, centering Rome and Vienna. And that's the token engineering, that's the game board, framed as citizen science. Now, again, I think in this environment, it would be more, you're a good citizen as part of your recovery community or something like that. That's your citizenship, rather than going out and sampling water quality. But yeah, and here's just, this is a slide share of a UBI bank. And this is not UBI as in Universal Basic Income, it's something Banco Italia. So just to clarify, but working on social bonds to support social value. And that was 2013. So again, all the way from the very beginning of the social impact finance public rollout. And I just wanted to emphasize about Rupert Murdoch and the News Corp. Can we click on that one? Because her role in education is really important. So again, she's in addiction and recovery and education and health, public health, which are all major impact markets tied to the UN SDGs. So she was only with News Corp briefly, like for a year. I guess she ruffled some feathers. She joined until 1998 and she was out by 1999. But again, she's part of the milieu, again, of the broadband telecom digital communication sphere. And then there's two other projects she was part of, this E for Impact Foundation, which is green, the green dot. They're doing impact finance, but focused on Africa. So again, all of these folks, whether it's Hoskinson or Gertzel, they've all got their eyes on Africa to get like a lot of microfinance.
Well, even the World Coin, that's where they're rolling out the majority of this OpenAI World Coin.
Yeah. Okay. And whenever you see entrepreneur, you're a data entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur of your own data. Mm-hmm. So I would just substitute for entrepreneur for like an agent in the game. Like when you see entrepreneur, just think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And then the last one is this Genesis project, which is purple, Genesis Association, human rights. Again, we've got the human rights stuff. And Genesis is like emergence and embryology kind of, right? A cell, it's a spiral. It's recent. She started it in 2020 to defend human rights in different cultures and the environment. So to me, that's like archetypes a bit and working with art. And also this E for Impact, which is in Africa, which doesn't quite make sense, but working on art and the environment, social policies, because it's all about humanizing the AI now.
Genocide. Huh.
Wow.
Well.
Anyway, so that's most of it. We've got a little corner, and we can do that in the next time when we see some clips. That's a little bit more obscure, but it builds off of the archetype and the social computation piece.
Yeah. So we'll stop here if that sounds good to you guys. And yeah, we'll finish this. We'll finish this section on the next one, and then we'll show some of the clips from that Sandpod documentary. And Brandi, would you like to? You're good with joining us again?
Yeah,
because there's a lot of stuff in the Sandpod documentary that I think you'll have a lot of comments.
Yeah.
You'll have some thoughts on.
Yeah, definitely.
Jason,
I enjoy it. So.
Like gathering all that together, and I didn't mean to like in any way diminish that level of effort. I appreciate all this. These overarching themes and the context within like national geopolitics and civics and where things are going with the social computation, like we can even have a even deeper conversation about.
Yeah, well, initially it was just I watched the documentary and I had so many things that I thought about when I was watching it. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to grab some clips and show this. I was going to just do it on my own, and then I was like, hey, Alison, after I do this, do you want to just jump on real quick at the end and, we could just have a short conversation? And she's like, sure, here's a map.
Well, like I said, I had some friends who did a lot of the initial legwork on this, but in filling it out, and again, doing these mapping projects helps me cement it in my mind better and to see sort of the relationality in some of the themes coming out. And so I'm grateful to them.
Definitely.
Because again, he's running for president, right? He's running for president, and he wants to set up a Peace Corps camp in rural areas for children, also with mental health issues. And he's connected on the back end, this model that has a lot of compromising aspects to it.
Right.
And just to build on that, like the rural areas, like that's where a lot of those areas were coming to Florida to buy pills. Like in that there was 2 documentaries. It was like Roxy Road, which was made by like an independent filmer guy, which I thought was an amazing documentary, which showed like the people impacted by Roxy Road. Like it just showed their daily lives being addicted to Oxycontin, all of these different pills that were opiates that the Sackler family and all these other people capitalized on, not just them. And then it showed like what they did to get the money to pay for the drugs. And then you had that other documentary by Maria Van Zeller. I think I always mess up her name, but I enjoyed some of her documentaries, which was like the Oxycontin Express. And like it showed how like a lot of rural areas would come to Florida to get their pills and then bring them back to their rural areas to sell them. So there's markets everywhere now. It's not just in major cities, it's in the most rural America that you could imagine.
Meth
and
was a lot of like rural, right?
Yeah.
Like the meth stuff.
Would you say there's an ecology at play here? And that's the thing. Everybody looks at things in isolation. Oh, we have a drug problem. Oh, we have this problem. Oh, there's this thing over here. And no one puts the thing together. It's so bizarre.
And that's the thing. Like I hear him like running on like all of this stuff. And it's like, of course he's going to like, of course he's going to appeal to like rural America because they've been highly impacted by the epidemic of like opiates. You know what I'm saying? So like they understand what it's like to like have to send their kid to Florida for treatment and then it not work. And then they come back and they die, or like they go in and again, in and out, and they can't ever, and it takes them maybe 10 years to get sober, like all of America is affected by this. And so when RFK is using buzzwords that I call them of like AA and NA, like it makes me like highly skeptical. And then to hear like other channels on YouTube that have like 1 million plus subscribers talking about like, like how we need to start this type of rehab where you're like working and like you can't leave and like you'll be farming and this isn't just RFK, like these are other people too saying this. And that's why I'm like, this is like a total other agenda. You know what I mean? Because if you really cared about people, you wouldn't be profiting like that off of them, Well,
I feel like there's a lot of people angling for this space, like the new recovery programs. And when I was looking into Children's Health Defense and the California chapter and their ties to Scientology, their relationships and affiliations to Scientology, like beyond educational technology, like another big area of lobbying for them, there was the ed tech and the human rights, and the ed tech was getting into charter schools, but it was also, it was Criminon and Narcanon. And so they were doing like recovery. And they were lobbying in like one of the people who was involved in the pushback against the vaccine or the religious exemption in California. Like the key lobbyist was in Virginia, Northern Virginia, lobbying the government to get a piece of that pie, right, for the Scientologists. Yep. And like they have their own stuff going on with their own.
Yeah, we could probably do a whole show just on the Scientologists.
I mean, I know everyone's like, don't say it out loud because they'll whatever, but like, I think that there are a lot of different models that are after this, but they're all in this soup too of emerging tech and data analytics and what works, addiction recovery and evidence-based, blah, blah, blah. And oh, by the way, when you signed in your name, you get waived all your rights to everything, didn't you know?
Yep.
And here's your wearable, right? And that it's very
Yep.
concerning.
Well, strange bedfellows, because like you
is.
said, you got the Vatican, you've got the Quakers, you've got the Mormons, you've got the
Everybody.
Scientologists, and they're like, hey, we can agree on this.
The Moonies,
Yeah,
The Moonies. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Moonies.
yeah, the Moonies.
I know.
Here's a story.
It's crazy.
I mean, as far as I know, they're not all involved in the addiction space, but I don't know, give us some time. But yeah, this is a big deal. Like you're right, Brandi, because it
Yep.
affects so many families. It affects, and it's
Um,
tragic, and it's been tragic since the 70s, right? In Italy, like that's why
Yep.
people like lined up because they didn't have another solution, and they
Well,
wanted to believe so
Yep.
hard, even in the
in
face
the-
of all this evidence that it was harmful. It was easier to look the other way than to believe that the one solution that was offered wasn't what they thought it was.
What's crazy in the
Exactly.
Sandpod documentary, you see like the families, like it's like they saw Vincenzo. I have so hard to Vincenzo Muccioli, but they were like looking up to him like a saint, and they were like, there's whole bunch of like religious aspects of that where he was trying to kind of almost paint himself as a Christ-like figure, but it was like people were like obsessed with this guy, like as being their savior, and this is a guy who was like beating people and like locking them up and having his goons beat them up and like
Yep.
and had there'd been deaths responsible, and then but people just brushed all that aside, and
But that comes with like the trust your higher power, trust us. Like, don't look inside yourself. Like, look outside of yourself. Like, look at what we're saying, not what you're thinking and what's logical and what you know is your own power. Look at what we're saying, and then they incorporate the ideas from the people that are the ones creating this, and then it's like, well, why don't you do this instead? It's sick. It's sick.
Yeah. Well, not related, but the other side of that is the self-empowerment movement as well, which also has its own fucked up shit.
Yeah, it does.
So many layers to this. Well, I think we covered a lot today. I thought it was a good start, and thank you guys for participating.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for all my phone issues.
We made it work. We made it work.
So,
I know.
Brandi.
Thank you.
All right,
looking
till
forward
next
to
time.
seeing you, Jason.
Yeah, next time. Yeah, and I've got a bunch of clips,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
well, they'll be they obviously like connect with this. It'll reinforce a lot of the stuff we said here, but yeah. Well, thanks you guys.
All right. Bye.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, I had everybody muted, so we didn't hear our burps and coughs and whatnot while the thing was going on. Hey everybody! So yeah, now we are officially live. It's official. So I did collect. I did collect a few questions, but if you were watching this, and it's always hard for us to know who our audience is. There's a handful of people that we see come up, that we know. Okay, I know that person, but it's always hard to know like who exactly is watching. And there might be some people in the wings that are kind of like, oh well, what's that? Like I've heard the comments about like, oh, I'm really interested in this. Like, there's a lot here, but I'm still catching up and I'm still trying to learn. And so the way that we've set this up a lot of times is we'll do the pre-record and then we come on and then we can participate in the chat, but then we'll come on afterward and take your questions. So in those of you who are watching this, if there were things that you were unsure about or if you had some questions about something, please do add them into the chat, and I will we will do our best to try to respond to them. But before we do that, Alison, Brandi, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Having had that conversation and now just watched it, were there some other things that came up for either of you?
For me, yeah, but
This is a pop quiz.
Yes.
well, for me, I I don't think I went as in depth as I could have when it came to like the recovery scene with RFK. Specifically some of the language he was using, and I just call it buzzwords for me personally, because I'm like, that's a buzzword. When he says things like higher power, and I know there's a couple comments about that, and when he says things like, you know, his model from I can never pronounce Patrigato,
Patrignano.
Yes, that one. And when he was like it was the second clip, I think, where he was like in conversation with somebody else talking about how, well, you know, like we need somebody, we need to run. He was pretty much saying we need to run our ideas through somebody else. And for me, like I said in the video, like that was super difficult. And for me personally, like when I was in the recovery scene, I guess you could call it, I never got any better from it. I'm not going to say anything because I did. Like when I had no idea what I was doing when I first went to like an NA room, and I was just like overwhelmed. I thought it was a cult, and they even addressed that. They're like, everyone thinks we're a cult, and I'm like, whatever, you know. So I kind of was like in the very back of the room, and then I genuinely tried to work their NA and AA programs, and I genuinely tried to get better because I really had no other option at that point. And so when I hear him say certain words, I literally get, it could, and I understand that he's also an addict or whatever, and so I can take that into consideration, but at the same time, for me personally, I feel like he's kind of manipulating people that have been there. And so, and I've seen this with like other people who have done documentaries about like the pandemic, and other documentaries that relate to any of what's been going on pretty much after COVID. And so I hear a lot of like light, dark, right, wrong, language like that. And to me, like, I feel like that's what he was hitting on. And that tends to land in like conservative and like Republican circles. And it's not really political for me at all, but I just notice a pattern when he's doing that. And so when he's using these models, it's almost like, obviously he has an ulterior motive to this, and obviously he wants to capitalize off of this. And when I really sit back and think about it, it's unsettling, you know, to me, because I'm like, well, everything that you're saying, a lot of people can relate to. So now you can manipulate them into actually listening to you and to like believing in what you're saying. And so people think he's coming from a good place, because if, like I said, if I would have heard this and not known anything that I know now, I would have totally fell into the same exact trap pretty much of like, wow, he really wants to help people. You know what I mean? Like we need more treatment. And like I said, treatment options for people that are addicts is like super limiting to begin with. And a lot of the doctors that will prescribe you things, excuse me, even though Big Pharma and everyone essentially created this crisis to begin with, they still want to sell you the solution. But those solutions sometimes are literally like the only things that you can do when you're like at the most vulnerable state in addiction. Like you're like literally willing to do anything. And so I actually took some of those like I took Suboxone and Subutex, and I like really tried. That was harder for me to come off of than anything else that I've ever done. And so it's unsettling for me just because I've been through all of it, and I can see certain things from a different angle, you know what I mean, than most people can. And like I said, I would have believed that he had good intentions unless I didn't know that this was another model that has already been used, and seeing how nefarious that model actually was, you know. And he's trying to pull at people's heartstrings and pull at people's like, you know, like people that are in active addiction. He's trying to earn those votes probably, and also like gain the trust of the community that he's talking about. And so that it just bothers me so much, you know, like I can't even explain how much it bothers me, because like all the words that he's using that are like buzzwords, I just pick up on them immediately. And I'm just like, wow, you know, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's super creepy in a sense.
Well,
Alison?
and I mean, I think it just shows like the amount of hubris that he would by name endorse this model, knowing all the baggage that's associated with it. And
Yeah.
you don't have to make a complicated map that I made to show the problems, right? But even if you scratch below the surface a little bit, you'll be like, oh, the main financial backer of this model was head of health protocol in Lombardy, the epicenter of the European outbreak, and was, you know, very much in lockstep with the Green Pass project and everything. And so, like, how do, I guess it frustrates me because it just shows the basic lack of engagement of people in like a more nuanced story, right? They're just, and I know there's been a lot of back and forth in the chat about Jung, right? And I keep saying we're just trying to see it. We're not trying to say, oh, good, bad, this amount good, this amount bad, whatever. Right. I'm just trying to look at it. So we actually have to understand that manipulating our consciousness happens through story and myth and archetypes. Like Jung knew that.
Absolutely.
And that's a power. It doesn't make him good or bad. It's just, it's something that he was known to understand, the power of our ego in story. And so all the people who are blindly following RFK Jr. and this candidacy are being manipulated through their ego and through story and narrative and myth and archetype. I mean, he's literally the Camelot dude. And I've talked about that in my discussion with Eisenstein, how they're paired up, that they're doing consciousness management through narrative and archetypes. And so once they have you dialed in, like your digital twin, I mean, in a certain respect, you are going to be unique because your data set will be unique, but then they're going to bucket people into archetypes to use them in the simulation. The simulation doesn't have the capacity to model everyone down to the most granular detail. Why do you think that they give everybody those
sharding
personality tests? Why are we doing all those Facebook quizzes? It's to get you in a bucket so they can steer your consciousness around and just push the button and play you like a video game. That's literally what they're doing. They're playing you like a video game character. And people are allowing it to happen.
And that's it, kind of like the video game character thing. It's literally like the addiction rehab and treatment centers too. Like, just to go back on that, like it's literally called like the Florida Shuffle. And so like you'll go to like, first you'll go to a detox, and then you'll go to like a 30-day, 60, 90-day, whatever rehab. And then from there you go to like a halfway house, and then you go into like an outpatient OIP or IOP, I think it's called, intensive outpatient therapy. And so, and these people are still steering you, and like you don't even realize it. And you're all supposed to do.
Pathway. You're a continuous care pathway. Yeah. And that's the thing in Florida. I'm trying to remember, because the private prison systems, and there was some mention about the Coke Industries, which is all about the private prison systems. And there's one in Memphis, and then there's one in Miami. I can't remember. There's CoreLogic and CoreCivic. I can't remember the two main prison companies, but they were moving into social work, right? Like they knew that the model was going to be diversion pathways. So they pivoted their model into that, and they had a continuum of care pathway. They were both using the same language, and that's a cybernetic pathway.
Yeah. And it's not and you're never going to get better from it. Like, and I'm not saying that it doesn't work for it. Like for me personally, it did not work. Like, and I stress that to many other people in the recovery community, but it actually becomes like cultish in a sense. So like they'll defend it to like no end, and they'll be like, well, you're not genuinely happy in your life if you're not doing this pathway. And like for me, I was like, why do you care? Like if I'm not on drugs, if I'm not breaking the law, if I'm not hurting myself or anybody else, why do you care what my pathway that I chose is? You're taking a chosen pathway that has been laid out for you. And like it was feeding them into a circle, and there was like sharks everywhere, and they just kept feeding them into the same pathways where people, private investors, banks, money, all these people were just capitalizing off of it, and so when you say these systems, like the rehab scene is literally like the perfect example that I can show for that, because you're not even if you're an addict and you're getting into a treatment center, like you're not even thinking about what how much money they're making off of you. You're just literally desperate and trying to like get better. Yeah. And they're just the whole time just steering you into a circle of they get, financial incentives to basically have you relapse and go back to treatment or to a detox. And so at that point, you really have to ask yourself, like, is this my choice or is this someone else's choice? And this is what I'm being pretty much programmed, like operant conditioning to do, I mean, that's just the way that I compare it because it's literally identical to what you
talk about. It takes away your agency. I mean, when you're in those settings, you don't have agency and you're supposed to get used to not having agency.
Yeah, the power dynamic is really important to think about, that there's a serious power
imbalance there.
Imbalance, thank you. Yeah. And in terms of what you say, in terms of RFK's intentions or what, regardless whether he's completely well-intentioned or he knows what he's doing and he knows that there's some fucked up shit about this, at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. What matters is what is this thing that's being presented? You know what I mean? And is that a good thing or not?
There's logic, to it, because what is the, there's the health freedom Bobby, and then there's the climate change Bobby, the sustainable Bobby. Well, Sam Patrignano is totally in line with the sustainable Bobby archetype. Now, at some point, the health freedom Bobby is going to come into some sort of conflict because Letizia Moratti is pulling the strings on how San Patrignano's run, and it's not going to be a all warm and cuddly embrace of the health freedom movement. So at some place, I keep saying they're going to converge. And there's going to be some conflict, but at this point, and that shows the power. I mean, you've mentioned, Jason, the idea of the hero, the savior narrative, and again, even the name of the documentary is Sins of the Savior. That's the subtitle, and that's of the guy Muccioli who ran it. But everyone's looking for a savior, right? So even if you shine a big flashlight on something and go look at that, does that look right?
Yeah.
If you're in the searching for a savior mentality, you're not going to look over in that corner. You're just not.
Yep. And you got to question his morals too. If he's willing to, even if he has good intentions, he's still willing to align himself with people who don't have good intentions at all. You know what I mean? So it's kind of
and create an entire Peace Corps program around it, an entire national model. I mean, and the thing is, the clip with the woman in the audience talking about, she had lost a child to addiction and whatever. If you look at that, was a staged question. That woman, that did not feel authentic. She's like,
she immediately was like, oh yeah, it's so great.
That woman planned the audience. And I feel badly. I mean, I don't know what her actual story is, but that exchange was not an organic exchange. That was a planted question so that he could do a pitch for the program.
Yeah. I want to say something really quick just about something that happened on the chat here for a second ago. Someone said, you guys aren't addressing the chat and you're having your own conversation, which is actually it's actually something that we've been trying to curate a space where people are actually talking about these issues. And I think there's something funny about social media where they think they can just jump on a chat and start having their own conversation. We put a lot of work into putting this program together, and we want to interact. We desperately want to interact with people as it relates to the presentation, the material that we're doing. I mean, we could go off in a million different directions, and so it's just so this person
lately, Jason, and actually people have been on topic.
It's getting better, and I think it's because we've been hey, no, that's not what this conversation's about. We're trying to build a community of people that can start having these conversations. And so, anyways, I just thought that was funny. This person got upset and left.
So you were doing sort of a recap, but are there open questions out there? Because I'm happy to.
I have 3 questions, and if you are on the chat, if you have a question that's related to what we're talking about, go ahead and post them.
I did see that someone was asking about psychodrama, and I don't know if I misspoke, but it is Jacob Moreno. Now, his son, Jonathan Moreno, is a bioethicist at Penn and wrote this book, Mind Wars. So if I accidentally misspoke and I said Jonathan, I meant Jacob. So, yeah, he was the one working on sociograms and psychodrama. Jacob Moreno. He ran his own institution in upstate New York. So,
yeah, and there are conversations that are happening on here that are relevant to what we're saying, but I'm not just going to react to the conversation. Pose it as a question. So, because we're here, and it's kind of awkward to have a conversation where we're here and you're on the chat. So, I mean, we were just on the chat, but if you have a question for us, please post it. So I have a couple
questions. So it's
just put question, and we will address it, and we'll have that conversation. And I would like at some point, I know it'll be a hot mess, but do a show where we actually take calls. I'm kind of scared to do that because I just know it's just going to go to shit really fast because there's so many people online.
Probably should address RFK Jr. because he has a lot of a digital capacity for comments in the chats.
Anyway, so we're trying to do our best here, but so one person had a question: is RFK Jr. 2 still in simpatico with the John Paul Getty apparatus from his addiction days? So I didn't know there was a connection between John Paul Getty and his addiction days, but Getty, Milken, and then they put COVID psyops. So but anyways, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that either. But I'm not. I mean, I'd be curious. I'd be kind of curious because I've always kind of been fascinated with the Gettys. But I don't know about the connection between his addiction and the Gettys. So if you can enlighten us, please do. What are your thoughts on the steering towards the idea of? And you kind of answered this, Alison, but extraterrestrial life. I'm hearing many, including Jason Shurka, claiming that they will help humanity evolve and create a new world. I don't really engage in that just because it's way too speculative. And if there are aliens, like what am I going to do about that anyway? So I've always, for years, like even when I did Argus Fest, I had people coming to me like wanting me to talk about the UFO phenomenon that, and I think that at least part of it is psyops. And maybe there's some element of truth there. I don't know, but it's to me it's too much for me to engage with. I want to focus on look, I can show you how the monetary system works.
It seems kind of like a distraction as well at points.
Yeah.
It seems like a distraction most of the time that they bring it up as well.
Yeah, that's my feeling. But Alison, did you want to say anything more on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I just said I feel like it's more about inner space than outer space. I mean, that's what I wrote down. Like, I think that this internal state and altered states of consciousness, I think that's where the engagement is. Mm-hmm. But if you think about it, what I just said is that there's power in story, right? There's power in architecture. Like, you think of all of the science fiction, right? The films about outer space, like we've been groomed to that. So there is a consciousness steering mechanism in the outer space alien story. Like even look at Close Encounters, right? And the light communication, boop, 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 whatever, like in the optics and photonics. So I think there is stuff that we're being led to, but once you're more aware of the labyrinth, like you're less likely to be led into it.
Well, and viewing it as metaphor is interesting. Viewing the alien not as a literal creature that's coming to Earth, but as something that's foreign to your reality or to your experience or whatever, like you viewing it as a metaphor. And so I was just thinking about like all this discussion about like colonizing Mars or going to different places. But what's the term?
Terraforming.
Terraforming. Yeah. But it wasn't that long ago that I thought about that term. And I can't remember what the impetus was for it, but that the fact that we're terraforming the Earth as we speak,
right,
into an uninhabitable, a more uninhabitable and more like managed space. But that was like, oh wow, like that's a different way to look at these narratives that are being put out in science fiction or whatever. Yeah. Quantum Heart Cafe asks, I just started reading a book about behavior technology and Skinner called Beyond the Box, which I know, Alison, you've read some stuff from that. Did AA and the troubled teen industry come out of behavior technology?
Well, I don't know.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, it is I haven't done that research, Quantum Heart. So, but there's some interesting things. I think, what's his name? Seymour Papier, who was connected to MIT Media Lab. And when I was doing my research into Legos and logos and programming and ed tech, like when this guy retired, he moved to Maine and he was working with like juvenile jail systems. And he was like experimenting on the kids in Maine. Again, talk about core rural areas in Maine. But again, Maine is this confluence of like power, right? You've got the Kennebunkports and you've got the resort places and the wealthy people, and then you have the rural poor. So I can imagine, yeah, like rebellious teens. I can imagine token economies being used in that, but I haven't actually done the research to back it up.
I would like to look into that, actually. I would
Yeah.
probably look into that. I'm going to try anyway.
Yeah, that would be
seems
awesome.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because the thing is, I know he's not talking about little kids, RFK Jr., but it is an emphasis on the children. And I keep going back to that Ender's Game book, again, Orson Scott Card. And, in that it was young children, but they were training an army. And they were training an army through video gaming simulations, like quote unquote off-planet video game simulations of teams. And they had different scenarios, different gameplays. And in the story was actually the children were supposed to individually play a psychometric game that as they played it, it would do their psychometric profiles. And, I just keep thinking about the camps and kids. Like, what if they're getting the kids away to train the kids in something else? Like, in the context is that it's therapeutic, right? It's a therapeutic community, or is it something else? Like, I'm kind of conjecturing, but it seems like there is this setup. Like, what if the troubled teen community, again, like, think of all the YA young adult sci-fi fiction, right? The rebellious teens, take on the empire and blah, blah. Like, there is that, again, this archetypal narrative story. So
I think that rebellious teen thing has been cultivated for a long time. I mean, even looking at like what it was, Elvis or the Beatles or whatever, there's these things that people think are just like this organic thing, but it's like, no, there was a lot of money and effort that was put into manufacturing this situation, the teen angst. And then it's like, it takes on a new form every generation. But obviously teen angst is a natural thing, but yeah, like maybe it's being cultivated in ways that we don't even know.
But you're also creating your identity, because that's the thing for teens and young adults is developmentally, you need to break away from your family and hopefully it's not a total break, but there is a separation from the parenting unit so that you become who you are outside of that. You develop your own identity. So it is this transitional moment. And just like they were dealing with the residential schools to, again, kill the Indian to save the man, quote unquote, can't remember the general's name, but there is this liminal state. And again, that's the opportunity youth, right? The troubled teens, the opportunity youth are 16 to 24, not in school, not in work. So if they can get them into a system that will guide the development of their psyche and their ego and how they see themselves in the story that's unfolding of the world, I mean, that's, you got to think that they would strategically, they would be after that would be a targeted area.
Yeah, well, I think about like the Nazi youth programs. I mean, that was an extreme, very specific thing, but you could say that that's what that was. You want to target you want to separate the kids and get them into a certain like groupthink or whatever, or even independent. Seemingly, and I'm not that, but you're.
But I mean, you used to talk, Jason, about like your identity of like being an outsider, but there was a uniform for that, right? Like that you're in the out group, and the out group wears like you identify yourself by what you wear,
Yeah, at school, yeah, it was like the outsiders were like, I was like a metal kid, so but then there were like the goths, and they were like, so they would dress weird, but they would have a smaller statistical number, But then I thought about that. I was like, well, they're still like going and buying their fucking clothes from Hot Topic or, you know, whatever. It's like, it was like, oh, here's your group identity. But it wasn't. And I thought about how much of this is actually genuinely coming from the kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they know that they don't agree with this, so they're like, okay, I need an avenue. I need a group. I need a community of
already
people.
there.
Even
For them
think
to
about
grow.
like what the Breakfast Club, right?
Oh
Like
yeah,
those are all archetypes.
yeah. No, that's a great
And
example.
Hollywood is very, very good
Yeah.
at dialing into the archetypes. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean Jung is good or bad. It means it's powerful. Like the way of thinking about that is a powerful system that's being incorporated into larger social technical systems. I mean, why would the powers that be, you know, not incorporate that? Like they know it works.
Yeah.
And again, it is a mind war. It is a struggle for control of identity and mind. The goal, I think, of getting everyone into the networked global organism is to make it be mostly bloodless. Like they want you to think, they're like, hey, I've carved off my spot. You know, like I'm the popular girl. You know, I'm the sporty guy, or I'm the metalhead, whatever. And then you inhabit that role. They've given you a palette of roles.
Yeah.
And then then the AI will say, okay, here's a collective action problem, as Jeremy Pitt would say. We've got a collection action problem here. Like, what kind of team do we need? Well, let's pick a team. And then they'll do predictive analytics saying, well, I think the winning team looks like, and then they'll pull 10 people and put them on the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's to me how it's feeling based on looking at complexity, looking at emergence, looking at socio-technical cyber-physical systems. And that is a very different narrative than what I think you would hear in the vast majority of the quote unquote resistance space. So what roles are they playing? Like they're living in roles. I'm not saying they're good or bad, or I'm better or they're worse or anything. It's just a different story. And so at some point, I think if we're being critically engaged, we should sort of see like, well, does the story we're talking about hold up?
Yeah.
Right? And are there parts of the story of the resistance that they're offering that can't be incorporated into ours that are dissonant, or vice versa? Like we should be able to look at it with some thoughtfulness. But yeah, I think we're just the outliers of the outliers, maybe of the outliers at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone had mentioned like Dungeons and Dragons and like video games and like the archetypes that's built into those things.
Well, even think about the cooperative games, you know, because like, again, I was, you know, I thought I was the good mom and I would buy like educational toys and wooden toys or whatever. Like, you know, that was the archetype I was playing, was like the night. And like we would, you know, for a few years, we'd usually get like a game at Christmas or a board game or whatever. Oh, let's do the cooperative game, right? Because I actually didn't really like games that much, but I was like, oh, the cooperative game might be a good game. Like there's a whole series of like these catalogs and they would sell you these things. And now I'm like, oh, okay, E.O. Wilson, I see you got me there with the cooperative game.
Well, talk like have either of you seen the Barbie movie?
No.
No.
Do you have you?
I haven't. No. I actually, I'm gonna wait till I can watch it for free or whatever. But it's kind of funny because the Barbie like exemplifies the like ultimate archetype. And from what I understand, and again, this is like hearsay because I haven't watched the movie myself. But like they're trying to create a new type of archetype out of that. You know, it's like we're going to go from this archetype to another archetype as opposed to like abolishing the archetype. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen the movie, so
You can't abolish it. I don't know. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. My thing is like, people are complicated, and like the idea of like putting us into this category is problematic. You know, I have a lot of things about me that are feminine and masculine, and I mean there's a lot of different like I'm a very dynamic person, so I don't really fit into these you
don't fit in anybody's box.
I remember a funny thing with Julia Sweeney. She was on Saturday Night Live, but she had a one-woman stage show about how she kind of quit believing in God. It's really funny. It's actually really funny, but she was talking about people's beliefs, and she was talking about how she had apparently, like her mom, according to her, had put her into school a year late or early, I can't remember, but she didn't put her in school time, and she lied about her age, and so she thought she thought her birthday was a certain like month particularly that it wasn't, and she was always reading the horoscopes, and she was like, she was like, that is totally me, and then she found out that actually wasn't her birthday, and then she read the horoscope, and she was like, oh my god, that is totally me. Because if you look at like the horoscopes, like it's like these generic,
you can read into it.
Yeah, these things that like those are like characteristics that are broad that it could define a lot of different people.
I've fallen for that too. I used to fall for that too. I'm like, oh my god, that is so me.
Right, but they do these things like we are a lot of different things at any given time. We can be an asshole. We can be really kind and compassionate, or we can be a lot of different things. But that's the problem with trying to like, oh, this is what you are.
Yep.
I don't know. There's a problem with
Belongs to this box.
Yeah. We got another one from Quantum Heart Cafe. I'm learning more about the history of token economics and the so-called troubled teen industry. Is there a connection between Elon School and San Patrignano? What's the Elon? Eslan? Maybe Eslan. Did you mean Eslan? Maybe she meant Eslan.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know those.
Well, Eslan.
As much as I know about San Patrignano is in the map. So if more people want to do more digging, I'm open to that option, because again, I did a surface sweep in that initial presentation about Eisenstein and RFK Jr. And then there's just this whole other gold mine of a lot more information about Murati and Draghi. So yeah.
Maybe someone said maybe she meant Elon as in Elon Musk, but it was Elan. So it's either Eslan or Elon. Anyway, but it says school, so it's probably Eslan. Do you know Eslan? That's like the California.
Yeah, but maybe there's another school. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of these schools are yeah. I think a lot of schools.
So this apparently Elon School is another one where they sent teenagers. I saw it in a documentary, Children of Darkness. So yeah, I'm not familiar with the Elon School.
Yeah. Well, I just think broadly the fact that RFK Jr., he's going to set up these camps, but he's mostly still talking about children. And clearly the opioid epidemic is not limited to children.
Yeah,
I mean, in fact,
that's a really good point.
The prescriptions is adults. I mean, for a long time in the news, and again, like the news is churning certain narratives for a certain purpose, but it was like suburban moms who, had some minor surgery and got hooked on pills or what have you. Like, so it's certainly not limited to children. And so the fact that his camps are focused specifically on children and then expanding into mental health, it makes me wonder, because he was really interested in solving the problem. The answer wouldn't be a spiritual renewal at a camp with farming and free labor. It would be like addressing the structural problems of, the healthcare industry and the pharmaceutical companies and, an economic system that puts people into depression and doesn't allow them to use their gifts. I mean, there's a lot of structural aspects you could do to address the addiction without, again, like bankrolling it with pot sales that's going to be on crypto. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, really? Like, you're going to solve the addiction thing by like legalizing pot and psychedelics and then taxing it?
Yeah.
That's a dumb idea. If that's like his good plan,
Regulating it.
People who are backing that, it just doesn't make any
Never
sense.
mind the fact that the government has the power to create money. If it wanted to, it could take that power and create as much money for whatever it wanted. There's no need for taxation whatsoever. But that's another conversation.
That is.
But Quantum Heart Cafe just added that that school was founded in 1970 by Joseph Ricci, Ricci, R-I-C-C-I, and it was yeah. There you go. And it was located. That's okay. It was located in Maine. Yeah. So that's
Okay.
maybe one we need to look up.
It's been a while since I looked into Papier. So yeah.
I'll have to look at that too. That's interesting.
Oh, someone mentioned the Pledge of Allegiance and the Bellamy Salute. It was originally called the Bellamy Salute. And you can look it up. Look up the Bellamy Salute on Wikipedia. Like literally, a little American kids are like doing this to the American flag.
Yeah.
Like the Nazis actually literally just took that from it, among other things. But I'm not seeing, if I missed your question, I don't have any other questions, but if I did miss your question, just repost it.
Somebody asked, do you think that the Amish people and the Mennonites, maybe, I don't know, would be affected by this, or would they be targeted by this? And I thought that Alison would probably be best to answer that because she...
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm not so sure. I mean, it's interesting because the Amish, like, because their communities are so small, they do have a higher number of like genetic illness because their population intermarries and that sort of thing. So they actually do have some like close ties to like research, like medical research around like
I was going to say they'd be useful for study.
Yeah, so they do have these long-term, like they've been being studied for a long time. And when I was doing some early research, again, it was around the poker, the Susquehanna Investment Group and YAS and the poker stuff. But one of the things was looking at Bertelsmann Media, which is a big media company, and I think it's German. But if you took the roots all the way back, it kind of went to like Moravia and the Moravians and these early like Germanic religious sects. So, again, I'm not saying good, bad. I say like step away from the good, bad and just try to understand its place in the system. Like there were a lot of dissenting religious groups. Again, the Quakers in England, these different groups that then got themselves in certain situations. So if what you're imagining is what you want as a social computation, right? You want modules of social groups that you can tap into their consciousness and their spirituality for some sort of function that we don't actually understand what the to-do list is. To me, those intentional communities, if they could find some way to like remotely monitor them, would be interesting. Like, because they have their own cultural identity in the same way I recorded a thing last night that I'm going to show in 2 parts later this week, but looking at Hawaii and indigenous culture. Now we know that the digital currency people have all been after the tribes, you need your coin, crypto for sovereignty. And they've also been after them for charter schools that are focused on culturally responsive curriculum, which again, theoretically is a good thing. But if what we're looking at is competencies in the line of what like Levin talks about as a cellular competency, then maybe these groups that they can like amplify the signal on the culture of these groups and get them tagged, they're a useful, productive module for the system. At some point when the team calls for that kind of module, like that, then it will be available to them. So I don't know. I mean, I think part of that question stems from where can I go to get out of this thing? Yeah. Like, is there a place? Maybe I could go live with the Amish or be a neighbor to the Amish and then I would do this thing. Like, that's kind of, I feel like, I mean, I don't want to overread it, but usually those questions are like, so what's the answer? How long do we have? Where do I go?
Become Amish?
And I mean, if anything, for me, understanding the complexity thing has led me to feel a little more like again, trying on the lens that maybe it's not a full-on totalitarian system. They needed the shock totalitarianism to start, but moving on into the story, they want us to want to play the game for them. Mm-hmm. I think, like, because they don't want to go to war with us. They want most of the people to want to play the game. And they're going to steer the narratives in it's a war on consciousness. So they're going to try to steer people into that. So maybe it doesn't look as scary as I thought it was the first few years, because again, and I could be totally wrong. Like, and who knows? Like, I'm not trying to mislead anybody or tell people not to be preppers or whatever you want to do. If you do what you feel like doing, but for me, I feel like it's a different kind of setup now, like understanding more about the emergent behavior and the other stuff. So yeah, so I don't know exactly what this stuff would be with the Amish and the Mennonites, but I think I would think that those communities would be interesting if they could, especially when they can get to the point of like doing remote monitoring from the satellite, or something.
Oh yeah, Quantum Heart also mentioned that the Elon School is Michael Skakel, who's a cousin of the Kennedys. So I guess there's a Kennedy
controversy around him, I think.
Yeah, there's a Kennedy connection there. Well, another thing I think about, like in terms of like, oh, the Amish, because I thought about that. Like the Amish, like they don't have the technology, they're going to be good. Well, there's with the buying up of all the land, and I'm pretty sure the Amish are not outside of the taxation, property tax. So what you could do, the system is set up where they can basically take anybody's home, anybody's land at any given time through several different mechanisms.
Code enforcement.
And so the idea that you can just you're gonna get your plot of land or whatever, and you're gonna create your own community without us somehow, like humanity, just saying no, we don't actually want this. I just think it's maybe they will allow some community here or there to operate, and then they'll study them and they'll use them for whatever purposes.
Well, they also had I also read an article about 2 years ago. I think it's still I don't know if it's like Amos or Miller's or some name Amish farm was being fined by who's the people? Why am I drawing a blank? I don't know if it's the FDA or not EPA, the FDA probably.
Or maybe Department of Agriculture or something.
Yeah, like something with like food regulation. So I guess the FDA would be doing that. But anyway, so they were going after them for like the production of like their raw milk, and they were also going after the production of like, since their meat wasn't being processed correctly, like it was raw, it was like real organic farming. Like if you were to like go raise your own animals and eat your own animals, like that would be totally organic and you didn't feed them anything. So they're still going after Amish people today, just in all the different ways that they could possibly go after anybody that's a regular person, regardless if you're like in a certain religion or in a certain community. They're still going to be able to go after you because you're not completely isolated from the system, and I also think of that too.
Yeah. Well, like Alison said, the idea is to get them into the game or get everyone into the game in some way. Well,
computing is light-based and nanotech, and it can be immersed into the environment. I mean, I think that's the thing and I don't know how quickly this is all going to come out and be public or whatever, but this idea of like, oh, I'm going to throw my smartphone away, and so that's going to fix you, okay? Like, no, because they're not going to need that. Like, eventually that's the goal, is to be outside of that. The game board and the entire world becomes the game board. The entire environment that you're navigating is
you're literally living inside of your computer, or a computer, not your computer.
Outside
the computer. Yeah, exactly.
It could be nano, so it could be almost invisible to our perception.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. In fact, I saw a video the other day where some guy had on his own just made like, he had a desk, but it was a computer. You couldn't see any of the components. So he had no mouse, but he had it set up to where he could move his hand in a way to control the mouse. And there was the keyboard was and it was like there was a hologram like image. But the idea was like that there's a computer there, but you can't see it.
Wow. Yeah.
And also too, I think about, so like what's the purpose behind different things? So like tax, we talk about the game, and I'm always talking with Alison, like even about how like even the way that the tax structure is built and the way that the laws are built and regulation, that's all part of a game. It's not about like what
that's why we have lawyers, right?
Right, exactly. To navigate the game. But like for a long time, I'd been looking at the debt, the issuance of debt to particularly third world countries. And the point of that was not to get them to develop their countries, because the overwhelming majority of they've shown that the majority of that money actually has gone into like bullshit. Like some of it goes to develop certain areas that serve external interests, like we're building a road for this mine, so but a lot of it just goes, a lot of it's just wasted. Like they don't even care, like that it goes to corruption and funding rebels and all kinds of bullshit. But the point of lending that money is not because they want to get a rate of return. The point of that is to make them dependent. That's the whole point of it. To pull them into the pull them into the international game. That's the whole point of it. Just like the mobster, wants to keep you on the hook. It's not about you paying back your debt. In fact, I was just talking to a friend of mine the other day about that. Like our monetary system is set up. It's not possible to pay back the debt. There's not enough money. If everybody in the world said, I'm going to take every penny I have and to pay off all my debt, including corporations and governments, there wouldn't even come close to enough money to pay off the debt. The actual debt that exists is vastly, vastly greater than the actual money that exists in the world. So that's something to think about in terms of what's the purpose of this whole thing. It's an insolvent system by design. Yeah. But moving that into what's being built now, like these other structures that are being built, what are they really for? What are they really about?
But that's like with the tokens being backed by real assets, tethered to real assets. Mm-hmm. That's how the real world gets pulled into digital.
And that's how like all the gold bug people will celebrate, and like libertarians will be like, "This is great because our money is real all of a sudden." Yeah. Lisa wrote. Well, I don't know if this is a question, actually. Anyways, she wrote, it occurs to me that these RFK rehab camps perhaps draw some similarity to the purpose of indigenous youth of the Americas sent to boarding schools. And we've talked a little bit about that. Yeah. And then go ahead.
If you think within the sustainability framework, right? Because Marathi is deeply involved in social impact and sustainability, even though her money is all in oil refining. You have a captive audience, right? And so within that therapeutic protocol, like what else, like you would have maybe, I don't know, empowerment, youth empowerment sessions, right? Well, what would be the narrative of the empowerment? Well, it would be like, you should follow Greta, right? Like you should, and to me, that's what worries me about the Greta as archetype, not the actual girl of Greta, but the archetype that she represents is, unlike indigeneity, where youth are connected to elders and community and optimally, again, a lot of that's been shredded on purpose, but the Greta archetype is disconnected. It's all ego, right? It's all a single agent. And then there's not a reflection to family or embedded community, right? There's a role for her and a voice, and it's a singular voice, but it's not integrated. And to me, that's what's missing for youth, is to actually be integrated into like meaningful community of different ages and different life experiences, because youth have a lot of enthusiasm and exuberance and creativity. They don't actually have life experience. And there's some things that you might be able to convey to someone, but until you've lived through it, like until you've been betrayed, until you found something that you thought was one way and it turned out it was something totally different. Like there are things that you actually have to experience directly and process and then incorporate that into your identity. And that's something that youth don't have a lot of, right? So if they become disconnected, you can really just use them like puppets largely. Yeah. And it's sad.
And they're kind of naturally more malleable because they don't have that world experience. They don't know, there's a natural malleability there.
So I can see that the sustainability narrative would get built into the recovery camps too.
Yeah.
If Marathi has her hand.
And Lisa also said she was agreeing with me that it's to create more client states for global capital. And that's a layer which I understood deeply. And now I'm like, okay, but what's global capital? What is that serving? What's on top of that? Like, what is the purpose of all this? You know, is it just to like create cheap products to ship to, you know, people in the West in order to consume these products? And like, I even thought about like how much, you know, at a certain point, like how much money you have, you know, there are individuals that have more money than they could possibly ever even spend. Like so there's got to be some other motivation going on here, because like you literally can't even spend all this money. So it's not only about global capital, like and that's the question that I don't really understand. You know, we talk about human computation, but human computation for what?
Well, they haven't given me the to-do list.
Yeah,
but at this
for
point,
sure.
like again, I'm not saying that this is the end point. This is the end point as far as I know it up to today. But it is, and that is very different than an economic system framed as socialism, capitalism, blah, 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 blah. Like if you understand economics as a signal, then it's a different thing. It's a communication, it's information theory. It's a coordinating mechanism, right? And that in and of itself is what the computation is built off of. And that's the biology and the social physics of it that build in the computation. So like until we can grapple with what that looks like with the Michael Levin and with the morphology and with the electronics and with the nano and with all of that stuff, like I don't think we're getting there. If we just stop at the geopolitics level, we just stop at the global economic paradigms, I don't think that's going to get us as deep as we need to go.
No, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying like
a comment about that, because like again, I came at things from the left, but I can clearly see, having read World Sensorium, at least if you haven't read it, like once you know the polarity is needed to drive the agenda, capitalists need socialists like socialists need capitalists. Like it's like the culture wars, the woke need the anti-woke, like the anti-woke need the woke. Like there is a thing driving this, and it's not until you can step out and look at another framework that you can proceed to the next level.
Exactly, and I was agreeing with you. I just brought it up because I'm saying we need to start thinking about that, even if you don't have the answer. Like I still don't have the answer to that, but I know it's a thing. I know that there's another layer to this. I know it's not just about making money or whatever. Like even with money, like they literally can create. There's a class of people or aliens or whatever, you know, there's a class that has the power to create as much money as they want at any given time. So then you think, okay, well, what is it that's motivating that? You know, I don't know, but it's a thing. It's happening. It's real.
Imagine if the money were the game board, like some built into the game board, like Alicia Guerrero, and she's talking complexity in Conrad Waddington and the hills, right? And to create the hills and the valleys that will drive you down through the watershed to the ocean, you know, where they want you to go. What if you make more money, that you're piling more money to make a bigger hill, right? Like we're like, okay, we think that marble's going to stall out at about that point. So could you throw some more money under that to prop it up? And like, what if that's what money is? It's the control, but not a control, like she says, like you bonk it with a cue stick, the billiard ball, but that you're contouring the landscape to make it such that people will roll along and not resist. Like it would be possible theoretically to resist the gravity, but it's very difficult. And mostly you're not even aware that gravity is affecting you. And it's like really slow and you just keep going with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. Are any other people like, I mean, again, we've got sort of the small group around us and, you know, Steffers and Hanging Thief and my friend Sean, and there's some of us who are talking about human computation. Again, it's not just we want to get all the money in the world to be rich, or we want to get all the control in the world to turn people into puppets, but there's something else to it, which I think at this point is at least human computation. If not, I'm not naive enough to think that that's the end stage. There's maybe, you know, multiple other layers beyond that I haven't fallen into yet. But I don't know, like to me at this point, like even the impact finance is secondary to complexity. I know that it's part of driving the complexity. The data is driving the complexity, but I'm seeking novelty. So if what I wanted to do was get entrenched in a thing and grab an idea and argue with other people and say, which I did for a long time at the beginning, like it's impact finance is the thing you're not paying attention to, and it's you have to pay attention to this. This is the thing, and then like even the thing like you have to be paying attention to Web3 tokenomics. This is the thing, right? And now I realize like you've got to pay attention to the complexity. It's the thing. Like so maybe instead of like grounding in and fighting the people who aren't paying attention to the thing, we just need to find the next layer of the onion.
Well, and my thing is like when you get to the new thing, it's not like you discard those other things.
No, you integrate it.
You integrate it. You're like, okay, and it's hard for people to do because you're like, oh my god, like I'm dealing with this, and now I got this, and this, and I'm like, I gotta figure all this.
Oh, Jason, I'm dragging you along.
No, I'm definitely I'm coming along.
I know, but you're always like. Oh.
Well, I'm also saying this to sympathize, to let others know that are because I know a lot of people say to us that are like, oh, I'm trying to follow this, but it's like too complicated. I'm like, well, just spend some time with it. If you just spend some time with it, it'll start to click, and eventually you'll start to see, like, oh, there's a different way of looking at a lot of these things, like even just stepping outside of the political theater, which I'm still dealing with people that I know who are just like totally immersed in that thing. Like, this is the whole world. And I'm like, this isn't even the world. This is all theater. Like, yeah, it's not the whole world. It's not the world at all. I mean, like, I guess a little bit, but
because I've said that to people close to me, and it really bothers them. I'm like, it's spectacle.
Oh yeah.
And it really bothers people because they're invested in the spectacle.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to believe that it's a spectacle.
Right.
And even the people in alternative spaces, like they think some things are spectacles, but then the other things aren't spectacles, right? I'm like, no, it's kind of all a spectacle, in my opinion.
Yeah. Were there any other comments or things that you guys wanted to bring up that was in the comments that you saw that made you think of something?
I think I kind of hit most of it.
Yeah,
I'm winding down. It's 11 here.
It's been a long one.
I know it's been a long one. We're at like 4 hours, I guess. So I'm sure people have had enough.
Yeah, I think that was good. Well, we're going to do another one. So I do have a whole bunch of clips that I've collected from the Sandpod documentary, which are enlightening. It just adds on to the conversation that we've been having here, and then we're going to finish up the map. And then we might do.
Important. I mean, I know I always say these things are important, but this candidacy it matters. So, and I'm not trying to go in and provoke people. But if you have people close to you who are all in on this campaign, like I encourage you to say, listen, there's stuff you need to know about what he's promoting. And, you can make your own decision about it and how you feel about continuing to support this candidacy. But there's some big inconsistencies. There's some big problems beyond scaling this model.
Yeah. And it's not like a personal thing. It's just that, hey, like maybe someone should like question him, like, hey, what do you think about this or whatever? Like if you're in that circle or if that's part of your community, maybe bring some of these things up and to have these conversations within that community.
I mean, all you have to do if you put our link and then underneath put the Netflix series, it's like, oh, there's a whole Netflix series about it,
Well, it's kind of amazing that he hasn't that I know of, no one's actually challenged him on that. Like, well, wait a minute, San Patrignano has like some serious problems. Like he just.
I haven't heard anybody talk about the controversy of that.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anybody that's interviewed him bring that up at all. So that's telling too.
It is.
There's a lot of red flags with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think
again, that just speaks to the consciousness management, right? And you think of the influencer class. Just think of how many influencers Children's Health Defense brought under the umbrella, right? With their grants or their events or all the things, like lots. And lots of the ones that people just love. They just love these people. But you think that those folks are going to talk about the stuff we're talking about? I mean,
I haven't
can't say it's not going to happen, but I don't think it's happened yet. So,
I have not seen it yet.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day.
I know, me too.
we'll grab the clip and talk about it.
Right.
Well, I want to thank both of you, and I want to thank everybody that has stuck with us on this chat and on this stream. And within the next week or so, we will do part 2 of the
Okay.
series.
Cool.
So
Thank you
Good night,
guys
everybody.
too.